any message by clicking on it with the left mouse button. Units under your command are listed in the Units panel at the bottom of the screen. To the left you can find the mini-map, which will help you to quickly get your bearings in battle. All objects are marked with the corresponding color. Your units are green, allied units are blue, and the enemies are red. In the Units panel at the bottom of the screen, you can see the unit that is currently selected, the tank. Open its unit info screen by clicking on the highlighted button. The unit info screen contains all the key data about the selected unit. Under the unit picture you can see its strength. Both the unit's health and damage output depend on the strength. The lower the strength, the less damage the unit will deal to the enemy. If the strength reaches 0, the unit is destroyed or forced to retreat.
强度越高，血量越多，输出越高。
The unit's combat parameters are listed at the top right corner. The higher they are, the better. With the mouse over the combat parameter, you will see a hint with a list of all bonuses and penalties to that parameter at the moment for this unit. Now click on the highlighted parameter. This is more detailed information on how this parameter works. Now close the tab.
陆军海军攻击。
Right under the combat parameters, you can see the unit's equipment panel, and additional equipment that your units can employ in battle. Underneath it, you can see the skills panel. There are a number of passive and active skills unique for every unit class. Infantry has one set of skills, tanks have another, and so forth. The unit's class is indicated right above its picture. There you can see its model name as well. You can now close the unit info screen. It is high time for troops deployment. Every operation starts with the deployment phase, during which look at the highlighted hex. It is a deployment hex. You can deploy your unit. Now deploy the rest of your troops. Great, now your army is ready to do battle. Click on the End Deploy button. In the top left corner of the screen, you can see a list of your primary and secondary objectives for this operation. Above, you can also see a victory progress bar. This bar indicates how well your troops are doing in the operation. At the top right corner of the screen, you can find the Command Points button. Command points are used for troop embarkation on air, naval, or train transport, or for the use of headquarters. To the left, you can find the Prestige button. Prestige is a resource you use to acquire more troops. Select the tank by clicking on it with your left mouse button. To the right in the Unit Actions panel, you can see the Embarkation and Headquarters skills buttons. Below, you can see the active skills if there are any. In the case of naval units or armored trains, the different parts of the ship or train are also displayed here. The hexes where your unit can move to are highlighted. Now move your tank to the designated hex by clicking on it with the right mouse button. Usually, units can move and attack only once per turn. However, there are a number of exceptions to this rule, which will be presented at the later stages of the tutorial. Units can attack either before or after their movement. Select the infantry unit. As you can see, the infantry has fewer movement points than the tanks. To solve this problem, infantry can be equipped with a truck or armored vehicle. More about it in tutorial part 4, Movement and Transportation. For now, order your infantry to move into the designated. Select the artillery unit and move it to the designated hex. Your troops have moved to an advantageous position and are ready to storm the city on your next turn. Now, your tank can already start firing at the enemy troops. Select the tank unit, move your mouse over the enemy unit, and when you see the cursor change to a target symbol, click on it with the right mouse button.
为什么没反应？不是变的吗？
All of your units have finished their turn. Click the End Turn button. A Ahead is the city occupied by the enemy troops. Onward! Move your infantry to the designated hex to identify the enemy forces. Select the artillery to make a preliminary bombardment of the enemy positions. Select the infantry unit again and attack the enemy in close combat. Select the tank and finish off the enemy unit. Your troops occupy the victory hex. It is marked with a golden color. Congratulations, you have successfully finished the operation. Now you have the victory screen in front of you. It presents a detailed breakdown of the operation. In the leftmost column, you can see the information on your victory points and secondary objective completion. In order to get an absolute victory, you have to get 400 victory points. Initially, you have 150 points. You can obtain 100 points for the completion of all secondary objectives, 25 points for capturing all enemy flags, up to 100 points for eliminating enemy units. For clearing all enemy units, you get an additional 25 points. The central column has information about prestige. You can see a detailed breakdown of how much prestige you gained. The rightmost columns have your army statistics, how many of your units were lost, and you may have noticed that your result is not the best possible one yet. The reasons are that you have not finished the secondary objective, and so you are back in action. You have a couple more turns left to deal with these issues. As all of your troops have already finished their turn, you have to click the end turn button. Select the artillery and attack the enemy. Now proceed in a similar manner with the infantry and tank. All enemy units are defeated. Capture the hex where the enemy headquarters were located to complete the secondary objective. Brilliant. Click on the victory progress bar, and as you can see, you got the best result possible, 400 points. Click on the finish operation button to exit to the Good day, Commander. In this operation, we will go over the supply and infrastructure. In the previous part of this tutorial, we mentioned the key parameters of any unit, its ammo, fuel, and movement. Infrastructure is represented by various facilities, such as supply hub, maritime hub, supply point, airfield, railroad. Later, we will tell you more about every type of infrastructure. But first, you have to capture a staging area for further offensive. Select the tank and attack the anti-aircraft gun defending the airfield. Great. Now follow up with the infantry attack to finish it off.
为什么有时候按了它没反应啊？我右键啊。
The enemy airfield is now left unprotected. Move the infantry inside and capture it. When you defeat the enemy unit in close combat, you can occupy its position regardless of your remaining movement points.
没问题啊，为什么它有时候右键它没反应啊？
The airfield has been captured. Now we can move our aircraft units here. The airfield provides supply to aircraft units, restoring their ammo and fuel on every landing. Additionally, aircraft units can acquire new equipment and be reinforced while landed on an airfield. We'll get back to it in another part of the tutorial. Now you have to capture the supply point near the airfield. Use aircraft units to support your group. Select the bomber and attack the enemy.
我要怎么选择啊？我要怎么选择？我的轰炸机在哪？我轰炸机在哪？哦，这里。
After the attack, you can move your bomber one hex away in order to free space for the next attacking aircraft unit. Do it by moving the unit in the highlighted hex. Good, now attack with the second bomber. The enemy unit is destroyed. Now we have to occupy the supply point. Use the infantry to make it happen. The supply point is in our hands. Unfortunately, it is severely damaged by our bombardment, so currently it does not provide supply. Open the supply point info screen by clicking on it with the middle mouse button.
中箭，我按了啊，我按了，为什么他没反应啊？什么东西呀？哎，我为什么他这台这游戏是不是怪怪的啊？啊，为什么他没反应啊？我中间是好的啊，我看看。对啊，我中间是好的啊，我中间没有坏啊。啊，为什么他没反应啊？哇，这是怎样？他就没反应耶。 哇，这到底什么烂教学啊？为什么按了它没反应啊？没反应耶。 没反应啊！救命啊！没反应啊！重来吧。重来吧。他没反应啊！为什么会这样
Good day, Commander. In the previous part, infrastructure. Later, we will select the tank and attack the anti-aircraft gun defending the airfield. Great. Now follow up with the infantry attack to finish it off. The enemy airfield is now left unprotected. Move the infantry inside and capture it. When you defeat the enemy unit in close combat, you can occupy its position regardless of your remaining movement points. The airfield has been captured. Now we can move our aircraft units here. The airfield provides supply to aircraft units, restoring their ammo and fuel on every landing. Additionally, select the bomber and attack the enemy.
又来了，我右键点它，有时候会没反应啊。搞鬼啊！这太吃资源是不是啊？对啊，为什么有时候点我就右键点它了，它还是没反应？啊，有了，又有反应
After the
了。
attack, you can move your bomber 1 hex away in order to free space for the next attack in air. Good. Now attack with the second bomber. The enemy unit is destroyed. Now we have to occupy the supply point. Use the infantry to make it happen. The supply point is in our hands. Unfortunately, it is severely damaged by our bombardment, so currently it does not provide supply. Open the supply point info screen by clicking on it with the middle mouse button.
他有时候卡住哎，到底什么鬼啊？是他的教学有问题，还是怎样啊？为什么点了他没反应啊？那我怎么玩？我自己试是不是？什么烂教学啊？到底什么烂教学啊？点了没反应啊？还是怎样？电脑跑不动是不是啊？我已经搞不懂啦。
哇，这个跟文明好像。
搞不懂啦，我搞不懂啦。点了它没反应啊，而且我滑鼠没有坏啊，中间应该是指滑鼠中间吧？救命哦！救命哦！又卡住啦！啊！我看我得自己玩啊。因为它教学模式很奇怪啊，卡住了啊。
这个游戏多少钱？
不知道哎，几百块吧，现在特价中啊。我是DLC都买啦，所以1000块啊。啊，我快疯啦！哦，疯啦！我真的疯啦！我不知道为什么教学卡住啦，我按中间它没反应啊，它叫我用中间打开补给界面啊，没有啊，就是没有啊。没有啊，他说 F1 会显示热键列表，你看我连按 F1 它也没有反应啊。唉，这怎么玩？就问你这样怎么玩？他就没反应啊。他没反应啊，我教学就没得玩啊。
As you can see, all infrastructure has its own HP.
哦，它终于跳出来了。
If it goes down below 50% or lower, the facility ceases to function until its HP is restored and is higher than 50%. At the end of every turn, all infrastructure restores 20% HP. Close the info screen and select the supply point.
选择补给点，我选了啊。
看看快捷键啊！
In a 1 hex range around the selected infrastructure, there is a service zone marked with the wrench icons. In these hexes, your units can acquire or change equipment and be reinforced.
你的单位可以获得更快获得更换装备或增援。被选中的范围1格内是不是有扳手标记哦？
However, in our case, even after restoring its HP, the supply point will not provide supply, as it is not connected to the supply network. The supply network is comprised of all the interconnected infrastructure on the map. Supply hubs and maritime hubs play a key role in the supply network. While supply points just redistribute the ammo and fuel to the nearby troops, the supply hubs generate ammo and fuel, providing the whole. You can also see the connections between the different elements of infrastructure marked with supply lines. These lines connect all infrastructure facilities to the supply or maritime hubs. If the opponent cuts off the supply line, then a cut-off supply point or airfield ceases to provide supply. To cut off the supply line, it is enough to put your unit on any of the hexes it passes through, or any of the hexes adjacent to them, which will block it with the unit's zone of control.
用部队切断，哎，这个跟那个什么很像，跟那个什么，我之前玩的机灵有点像，也是那个补给线的。你用军队可以把人家补给线切掉。哦，单位控制区，所以它也有利用西，用利用西来封锁也可以。
To land your aircraft units on the airfield, select each of them and click on the landing button in the Unit Actions panel. Click on the End Turn button. Select the tank unit.
安安啊，
In order to restore the supply, you have to capture the
海
enemy
上补
seaport
给
along
中
with the
心的基
maritime
地
hub.
港。
First, however, cut off the enemy infantry at the eastern outpost from the supply.
坦克
To
移
do
到
it,
指定
move your
格
tank
子啊。
unit into the designated hex.
哦，要先切补给是不是？没有问题啊，这个我最擅长啊。
Select the supply point of the eastern
怎么
outpost.
只有简体的？
它就没有内建中文啊，它就只有简体中文啊。又来了，你看，我已经设了啊，他就不让我设啊，他的那个教学很有问题啊。让我设啊！哦，好痛苦啊！让我设，谢谢，谢谢。
很不习惯。射。
他不设，他不设啊！他教学很有问题啦，我只能跟你讲，他教学很有问题啊！我不知道他是卡什么东西，反正
It is high
哎
time
有
to
了，
take
你看
care
又
of the
有时候
coastal
这样
city.
就行了，
Select the infantry unit
你看
and move it to the
很
designated
莫名
hex.
其妙吧？这样就行了。
让我射。
Now do the same with the second infantry unit.
这教学 not like is not like is not like。约翰射不出来。射了。
Click on the End Turn button. The enemy has made an attempt to break through the blockade and restore supply, but it failed. Select the enemy's infantry unit that attacked our tank. Now select the supply point you have recently captured.
又来了，然后我点哦，他叫我点啊，他不给点啊。你可以看到，你有看那个行动锁定，我就点，然后他不让我点，他还是算我没点，
Well,
我不
enough
知道
with this
这样。
talk. To establish our own supply network, we have to occupy the seaport and the maritime hub. Also, we should not damage them too much. Click on the All tab next to the minimap to see all of your units in the Units panel at the bottom of the screen. Select the bomber and attack the enemy unit occupying the seaport.
这到底有没有点到？哦，有点到。
The seaport now only has 6 HP left. If we keep bombarding it, it will stop providing supply and we'll have to wait for its restoration. So we should attack the infantry in the adjacent hex instead. Select the second bomber and attack the infantry defending
我
the
知道
maritime
啦
hub.，
我操，哎，他一个格子里面还有分哎，你看，譬如说我就是炸这里，这个炸边边哎。
应该是要点对才能射。
你看，你有看到这边是问号哦，哎，你看这边是问号哦，啊这样是这样右键，你有没有看到？飞机右边有一个小图示变成不是问号，它还不一样哎，啊同一个格子还分这么多哦，哎啊为什么它不上？哎，你又不上了是怎样？ 他又不上了，他又不上了，他不上啊！他上了，他上了。
点红色那个。
We have to finish off the enemy artillery first, so that it will not provide fire support to the infantry unit. You can learn more about fire support mechanics in part 5 of the tutorial. Select your infantry and attack, and then occupy the seaport.
不是啊，还有不让我攻击啦！看还要点很准哎，稍微挖一点点都不算哎。占领啊！让我占领！让我占领！
Excellent. Now the enemy infantry is left without artillery support, and you've taken the seaport. It provides supply to the naval units and allows them to. Located next to a seaport is usually a maritime hub. Only maritime hubs that have a seaport next to them and supply hubs can generate. It is time to finish this battle and re-establish our supply. Destroy the enemy with your 2nd Infantry Unit and occupy the maritime hub.
到底要不要上啊？哦，快疯了！我都不知道到底是我电脑的问题还是他的教学问题啊！我点了啊，他就不上啊，他就不上啊。有了没？有了。
Great, the primary objective is now accomplished. However, there's still a secondary objective left, to capture the eastern outpost. Click on the Return to Game button and attack the enemy infantry with your tank unit. Great, the enemy was defeated. Now there's only 1 infantry unit left to deal with, and the city will be ours. All of your units have finished their turn. Click on the End Turn button. Select your infantry unit. Now select the bomber.
待机。哎，他这个教学有点问题，他叫我点士兵，然后再点轰炸机。那点那个士兵要干嘛？啊，就直接点轰炸机就好了。什么东西啊
？Note that it is quite low on fuel. If the fuel reaches 0 and the aircraft is left in the air,
没有燃药还会自己坠毁。
You should also keep in mind that for every turn an aircraft spends in the air, it uses at least 5 fuel. So it cannot just wait out until the supply comes. Select the tank and attack the infantry occupying the eastern outpost.
这么写实
大战略会啊！
这么写实的。
The last of the enemy units has fallen. Now your troops are free to take the eastern outpost. Make it happen to conclude the operation. Congratulations! You've successfully finished the operation. Click on the victory progress bar in the top left corner of the screen, and then click on the Finish Operation button to exit.
这么屌，原来这么屌的、啊。
Good day, Commander. In this operation, we'll go over the unit classes, upgrades, equipment, experience, and heroes, so you'll learn how to turn an ordinary army into the fine-tuned instrument. Let's get started. There are several already deployed units under your command, yet they are marked not with the green color and a round-shaped strength indicator, but with the yellow color and a hexagon-shaped strength indicator. These are non-core units. They are given to your army for the purpose of the current operation only.
只能在这个时候用，它不是常驻单位。
Finish your deployment by clicking with your left mouse button first on the unit and then on the designated deploy hex. Apart from your troops, this time you have a hefty amount of prestige. Prestige is the resource you spend to acquire new units and equipment. To open the Acquire Units tab, click on the Prestige button. In the left column, you can see the current list of your core units. At the bottom of the tab, you can see the list of available units. To filter available units by class, you can click on the corresponding filter button. At the top of the Acquire Units tab, you can find the information about the selected unit and select the Recon class among the filters. Now select the highlighted model and click on the Acquire button at the bottom. Next, select the anti-tank filter. Right now, the anti-tank unit we need is already. All units are available at the historically accurate periods. As you progress through the campaign, new units will become available. Let us see how this works in practice. Select the newly bought recon in the unit list. To upgrade it, select the Upgrade tab, then select Recon in the list of available upgrades. Now you can see the parameters of your unit. The increase or decrease in combat parameters after the upgrade is marked with green and red numbers. You can see the prestige cost of the upgrade at the bottom. Now click on the Upgrade button. You have to deploy the newly acquired. Deploy the anti-tank gun and recon in the designated hexes. Click on the End Deploy button. There seems to be no enemy units yet. Click on the End Turn button. The enemy troops are close. We have to destroy them. Select the artillery and attack the nearest infantry unit. Good. Now select the anti-tank unit and attack the enemy tank.
敢不敢给我打？
Anti-tank gun has gained a new experience level. We'll get back to it after the battle, but for now, select the self-propelled artillery and attack the 2nd Infantry unit. Now finish off the infantry with the tank. Only one enemy unit left. Send your recon unit to eliminate it.
还要先走才能打。
那个就走不了，干嘛要去那个？
Excellent. The
没有啊，
enemy attack was repelled. Our recon unit spotted more enemy troops in the distance.
你
You
直
should
接
make more
你
thorough
直接按
preparations
攻
for
击，
the
它会自动
enemy's
帮你
main
找到最
forces
近，然后直
arrival
接打。
and strengthen your troops with additional equipment.
因为他也没有跟你讲说到底要走到哪一个。他之前我跟你讲走到哪一个，他有一个黄色的标志，他也没有写。所以我跟你说，他的教学模式有点问题啊。额外的装备增加部队。
Open the unit info screen to the infantry. To do it, click on your unit with the middle mouse button, then click on the equipment tab. Equipment is all sorts of additional weaponry, devices, and personnel aimed at strengthening your troops. Starting with machine guns and finishing with the field medic, select the mortar from the list of equipment. It is a good example of an equipment with passive bonuses. It extends the gun range by 1, allowing the infantry to attack from afar. However, it is also heavy equipment. Units with this model of mortar cannot board air transport and cannot move without vehicles. Click on the Acquire button and close the Equipment tab. Now select the self-propelled artillery. Open its unit info screen and select one of the equipment slots. This is another way to open the Equipment tab. From the list of available equipment, select the incendiary shells. They're perfect for firing at soft targets. Click on the Acquire. Note that there is now a new incendiary shells button on the unit actions panel in the bottom right corner of the screen. You have not forgotten that your anti-tank unit got a new level, right? Open the unit info screen. Right above the unit picture, there is an experience bar. As the unit deals damage to the enemy, this bar fills up. The amount of experience the unit gains is equal to the damage dealt. Additionally, a unit gains 10 experience when it suffers. When the unit gets enough experience for a new level, in this tab you can see all skills available to this unit. Select the vulnerability skill and click on the level. Get back to the unit info screen and have a look at. As you can see, all attack and defense values have increased by 1. The more experienced the unit,
它寻
the
找
higher
弱
its
点还会
combat
加额外
effectiveness.
加其他一页，它只写装甲加3，可是其实它还会加额外的防御页。
You should also not forget about heroes. Heroes are unique historical personalities. Each of them can be assigned to serve in one of your units, provided with additional selection of very impressive skills. There are different heroes for different unit classes. In order to get a hero, one of your units has to fulfill the requirements. You can see the corresponding progress bar above the hero skills list. Select Fritz Christian from the list and click on the Assign button.
普里茨克里斯特童话传说才有一个英雄单枪匹马，现实中极为罕见啊！1941年的列宁格勒前线，德国那时候对苏联坦克不起作用，德军开始丢失阵地。克里斯滕用50毫米反坦克炮服役，摧毁6辆坦克。 迫使敌人撤退啊！小队的其他成员都已经阵亡了，只剩他一个人在受伤，而且也没水、没食物、没有药。战斗到了最后一刻，弗里茨没有输，弗里茨战斗到了最后，弗里茨拯救了大家，拯救了大家。他最终消灭了数百名敌侵士兵。 哎，二战真的很好玩，你知道？二战有很多很胡乱的故事，然后你已经不知道到底是真是假，到底是那个活到最后的人自己胡乱，还是他真的办到那件事？反正二战有很多很胡乱的传奇士兵啊，你有兴趣可以 Google 一些，很扯就对了。包括那个美国队长的原型，美国队长的原型比美国队长还要扯。 而且他还毁了13辆坦克啊！
二次大战无双。
他还一路打到战争结束然后最后被苏联关了10年然后他被关到死之后才回到家好扯哦，好扯不是说他会跟你讲说就是英雄技能表看进度我怎么知道？我怎么知道他什么时候达成条件啊？没有啊，没看到啊。没看到啊，他骗人
When you assign a hero to a unit, all previously learned abilities of this unit are reset, and you can level it up again, taking into consideration new hero skills. Open up the level up tab. As you can see, the list of available skills. Close the tab and click on the end turn button. Here comes the enemy main force. It seems their commander is in the tank unit. It is a perfect moment to try out the new shells. Keep in mind that every volley with expendable equipment costs you a little bit of prestige, so you should use it only when then attack the designated enemy unit.
为什么要打步兵？为什么不是打装甲？
The artillery dealt more damage. We have no time to waste. Select the tank and attack the enemy artillery.
炮兵哦。
Your recon unit must be feeling left out. Command it to attack the infantry unit. The enemy artillery is all but destroyed. Finish it off with your infantry armed with mortars.
迫击炮。
Perfect. Without the artillery support, enemy troops won't last long. Use your artillery to soften up the enemy infantry ranks. Select your infantry unit and attack the enemy infantry. The enemy commander is left alone, while you have an anti-tank unit at hand. Attack!
Attack!
One attack is good, but two is even better. Using the devastating fire ability, order a second attack to finish off the enemy tank. We have dealt with the enemy commander. Congratulations! The operation.
Congratulations!
Good day, Commander. In this operation, you will learn everything you need about the transportation and troop movement across the vast. Your task is to capture the Northern Island. To cope with this task, you will have to cross the channel. The easiest way to do it is to board the naval transport. On the Unit Actions panel, click the Embarkation button. Then select Embark on Ship. Did not work out, right? This is because you can only embark on a ship next to an operational seaport. Fortunately, you have just the one. Move the tank unit into the seaport hex and try embarking on the ship one more time. Note that if your unit has boarded any transport, you cannot change that unit's equipment. Perfect. Your tank unit has boarded a transport ship. Now move the ship to the opposite coast into the designated hex.
我还买3块，你知道？我看一下哦，我这款它刚好卖那个卖 DLC。
The only thing left is to click on the disembark button.
我买了
3个 Do it now.
还有卖那个知道怎么讲 ？Blizzard Grid 不知道是哪一个啊 ？Spectre of Communism。反正它现在在打折啦，而且它还有卖 DLC 包。啊，与其说是 DLC， 不如说是3块游戏啊。它有3款啊。
It seems we did not tell you naval transport is a good way to transport your troops. No doubts about that. However, the fastest way to redeploy your troops is clearly air transportation. Aircraft can cover large distances fast and redeploy your troops to virtually any location. However, only infantry units can board an airplane. Loading your troops into air transport will require an operational airfield. Select the regular infantry unit. Click on the embarkation button and select the embark on airplane. Did not work out, right? Well, the problem is your unit has ground transport. If you plan on loading this unit into an airplane, you'll have to discard it. You also have to discard the heavy equipment if you have any. To do that, click on the infantry with your middle mouse button to open the unit info screen. Select the equipment tab, then select your ground transport and click on the discard button. Great. Now your infantry is ready to board air transport. Close the unit info screen. Air transport has 15 move points, which allows it to redeploy troops across huge distances in one turn. Move the air transport to the designated hex on the northern island, and then click on the disembark button. Unfortunately, units can disembark from air transport only at an airfield, but there is one exception from this rule: paratroopers. Embark them on an airplane. Travel to the designated hex and land the paratroopers in the enemy's rear. It surely was a splendid idea, but paratroopers can only land in clear terrain. Now that we started to talk about it, let's have a look at the terrain types. Open the designated hex's info screen. Every hex has its parameters, which affect both troops movement and combat. At the top of the info screen, you can see terrain type. In our case, it's a forest. In the left column, you can see move points cost, which every unit has to spend to enter this hex. In the right column, you can see the information about combat bonuses or penalties the unit will have while in this hex. At the bottom, you can read more about this terrain type and the nearby infrastructure, if there is any. Close the info screen and open the tank's unit info screen. If you hover over the move points icon, the hint will tell you the unit's movement type. Units spend move points according to the movement and terrain types. Close unit info screen and click on the end turn button. Your troops are ready to begin the offensive, Commander. It is time we take this island. Our paratroopers will be the vanguard of our advance. Select paratroopers at the units panel and move them to the designated hex. Note that if your troops land next to an enemy unit, they'll be automatically attacked, as they will be an easy target. So does your paratroopers can still move after the landing. Move them closer to the city. There is an enemy unit in the city. Select the bomber and attack it.
Attack! 他怎么没上？我不是点了吗 ？Attack!
Now finish off enemy infantry with your paratroopers and occupy the seaport it was guarding.
它有点难点啊，点不到人啊。哦，有点到了。你看那个鼠标点被那个建筑物仪挡到，还算没点到目标嘞，很扯啊，很扯。
Great, the seaport is ours. Using the units panel, select the tank on board the transport ship and move it to the designated hex. Click on the disembark button, then on the designated hex. Finally, our tanks have solid ground under their tracks. As the unit can still move, order it to capture the airfield.
对，你点到房子不算，点到这个格子。
Now we have
你要
only
点
the
到这个
infantry
房
left to
子旁边的
disembark.
空格、
Move it to the
空
designated
地，
hex, click
才
on the
算点到。
disembark button, and then on the designated
他的那个
hex.
判定也太灵敏了吧？啊？哦， 哦，有了，我点到了，我终于点到空地了。
All of your troops have now successfully landed on the northern island. There is still one city under enemy control on the island. There are two types of rivers, big and small. Big River occupies the whole hex and cannot be crossed without boarding the ship. Only the infantry without ground transport and heavy equipment can cross it without embarking on a ship. Unlike any other unit, infantry can even attack. Small rivers run between hexes. All units can cross them but have to spend additional move points to do it. Units can attack across the small rivers but receive penalties to combat parameters. The easiest way to cross the big river is to move across the bridge. Yet you have to be careful, as your troops are very vulnerable while on the bridge and get serious combat penalties.
什么都惩罚桥上也不行哦，桥上为什么要惩罚？太过分了吧！所以现在讲长坂坡之役是不是守住桥就赢了？在这边围好啊，谁来谁都死，是不是？
Good. As the infantry cannot keep up with the tanks on foot, you should make use of transport. First, select the paratroopers and order them to capture the railroad station.
火车站在哪？干嘛？
The railroad is a great way of rapid troops redeployment. Additionally, it connects remote supply points to the supply hub across vast distances. Its only downside is that you can only use the existing railroad network. Click on the embarkation button, then select Embark on. Send the train with paratroopers into the designated hex. Let us talk about ground transport. The bases of any modern army are both wheeled trucks and tracked personnel carriers. Any non-self-propelled units can be equipped with vehicles. Open the Equipment tab.
不是啊。
Here you can see a list of all the vehicles available to date. Select the truck from the list and click on the Acquire button. Perfect. Now your infantry, if the infantry moves within its basic move points range, proceeds on foot as if it did not have the vehicles. However, if the unit has to travel further than possible on foot, it'll board the ground transport to get there. Hexes that require boarding the vehicles are marked with a vehicle icon. Units become easy target for the enemy forces and cannot attack while in the vehicle. This was a good demonstration of what could happen if you send forward your troops recklessly without proper reconnaissance. Click on the End Turn button. Advance with your tanks and capture the railroad station, right under the enemy's nose. Attack the enemy artillery. Excellent. Select the paratroopers and move them to the station, then disembark at the designated hex. You have approached the enemy artillery from the rear. The unit has to attack across a small river, and under different circumstances, it could be a bad idea. However, in our case, the enemy artillery is out of ammunition, so you can ignore the penalties for attacking across the river. The enemy is defeated. The city was left defenseless and there is no stopping us from capturing it. Occupy the enemy. Congratulations. The operation was a success.
为什么知道他没弹药啊？还是他反击过一次了就没弹药，要到下一回合才能反击啊？
Greetings, Commander. This time we'll have a look at the weather. Often has a great impact on the operation. The most common problem is rain, but there might be other adverse weather effects throughout the campaign. Rain applies at 33%. Some units can negate the rain penalties by learning the all-weather skill. In the bottom left corner of the screen, right above the minimap, there is the rain icon. If you hover over it, you'll see the hint explaining its effects. You can also see how it affects your troops by click with the middle mouse button on the bomber to open its unit info screen.
轰炸机。
The most important indicator for every unit is its strength. Both the unit's health and damage output depend on strength. Moreover, strength is the unit's health indicator for land and aircraft units. Naval units have whole HP instead. If the strength above the strength indicator, there's one more, damaged. It shows what part of the unit's strength was damaged and can still be restored. There are two types of damage, lethal and non-lethal. Lethal damage reduces the unit's strength, which means that these troops were killed in action. Non-lethal damage also reduces the unit's strength, but at the same time increases the number of damage. At the end of the turn, all damaged are automatically restored. Let us put that theory into practice. Select the bomber and attack the enemy infantry. move away your bomber. Select the artillery unit and attack the enemy infantry. You may have noticed that the damage values are displayed as two numbers separated by a slash. The left number is the amount of lethal damage, and the right number is the amount of non-lethal damage. Open the unit info screen of the enemy infantry. Have a look at strength and damage indicators. Your bomber did 4/0 damage, meaning 4 lethal and 0 non-lethal, while your artillery did 1/4 damage, meaning 1 lethal and 4 non-lethal damage. Thus the enemy unit strength was reduced by a total of 9, and is now 1/10. At the same time, the enemy has 4/10 damage. If the unit receives no further damage, then on the next turn its damage will become 0/10, and its strength will increase to 5/10, but only if it is within the active supply zone. Close unit info screen. Did not give the opponent the much needed respite, right? Select the tank and attack the enemy infantry.
坦克是攻击2，拿到跑了。
Note that the enemy has 0 strength left, but the unit was not destroyed. This state is called suppression. Open the enemy infantry unit info screen. As you can see, even though the unit strength is 0, it still has damage value. That is why the unit still exists. The suppressed units try to get away from the opposing forces. Any further attack against the suppressed unit will force it to surrender or destroy it. The suppression lasts 1 turn. If the unit is within the active supply zone, select the recon unit and attack the suppressed enemy infantry unit. The suppressed enemy units surrender automatically if they are attacked in close combat. When you capture the enemy unit, you gain prestige proportional to its remaining damage count, as well as half of its remaining ammo and fuel. Recon units, as well as infantry with scout squad equipment, can gather the intelligence data upon capturing the enemy unit. Intelligence data makes all nearby enemy units identified, meaning you have full information about them. Click the enter button. As you can see, the enemy units outside your recon unit's spotting range are no longer identified. The thing is, the intelligence data effect lasts only 1 turn. Now let us talk about spotting. Select the recon unit and send it to the designated hex. You have spotted the enemy. At this point, the enemy is considered unknown. You cannot say for sure what type of unit that is, but you already know its location. The closer a unit to the enemy, the more intel you gather. Bear in mind that city, mountain, move the recon closer to the enemy positions. Now the enemy unit became spotted. You know what type of unit this is, but do not have full information about it, such as its strength and exact combat parameters. Spotted units also get a bonus to all defenses, however smaller. Now you have finally fully identified the enemy unit. This means you have full information about it. It also no longer has any bonuses to defend. The recon unit has the highest spotting range among all your units. Recon units are essential to. Now that the enemy is identified, it is time to deal with it. The best way to start the storming of enemy positions is by preliminary bombardment. Select the artillery unit and attack the enemy. Some units, including the artillery, can provide fire support to the nearby units. That is why they should be. Select the bomber and attack the enemy artillery. Anti-aircraft guns pose a serious threat to your aircraft units due to their ability to overwatch planes entering their gun range. Upon being overwatched, aircraft loses the ability to move until the next turn. Same as with fire support. To check whether the unit has the overwatch ability, you can open its unit info screen and look through its skill list. By default, any unit can overwatch only once per turn, and any attack against it will disable its overwatch ability for this turn. Yet there are skills that allow high-level units to overwatch more than once or increase range. Open the enemy anti-aircraft gun info screen. Note that the overwatch air skill is now crossed out. That means that the air unit will not be able to overwatch your units again this turn. Yet it can still offer fire support to the nearby unit or return fire if it comes under attack. Close unit info screen.
没有打叉，他明明就打叉啦！他是不是睁眼说瞎话啊？
The Despite these highly unfortunate setbacks, you have enough forces to occupy the city. Select the tank and attack the enemy infantry. As you can see, this is not the best idea. Tanks are very vulnerable to infantry in close quarters. Battles on difficult terrain such as city, forest, or mountains, or against well-entrenched infantry units. When you attack, you should keep in mind that the enemy's return fire will happen before your units attack. Consequently, your unit's strength will already be lowered before they attack. There are other ways to lower a unit's combat readiness. Open the enemy infantry unit info. Hover over the soft defense parameter. Note that it has a previous attacks penalty. Each attack reduces the unit's attack and defense parameters by 1, up to a -4 total, making consequent attacks more effective. This effect does not apply to naval units, thus well-defended ground units should be attacked several times. To wear them out, the enemy forces are wearing thin. Attack the enemy with your infantry. Attack the enemy anti-aircraft guns before conducting an aerial bombardment. Select the self-propelled artillery. Have a look at the RDM line. This is a ranged defense modifier that is added to the target defenses. If your unit is firing at its maximum gun range, the target will receive +4 defense. And if your unit is 1 hex closer, the enemy will receive +2 defense. Otherwise, there will be no bonus. RDM is not applied in close combat. Try shortening the distance by moving your artillery closer to the enemy. Now let us once again hover over the enemy's anti-aircraft gun to see the combat prediction. As you can see, the RDM value is now lower, and the expected damage is higher. Attack. It is high time for the aerial bombardment of the enemy artillery. Select the bomber and attack it. All enemy units are weakened. Now is the perfect moment to use the tank's signature skill, Overrun. Select the tank and attack the enemy artillery, and occupy the hex where it was located. The Overrun ability allows tanks to move and attack again if their previous attack resulted in defeating the enemy unit. Take care of the enemy infantry and capture the hex. Now finish off the anti-aircraft gun.
我靠，横行可以一直打但是缺点是横行之后不会获得经验。干这么强，横行也太猛了。横行是你他妈只要尾刀就可以一直发动。
Infrastructure facilities. There is no limit to the number of overrun attacks. The only downside is that you surely notice the change in light. Every third turn, the battle continues at night, which reduces the attack parameters of all units by 66%, and their spotting range by 50%, but not lower than 1. Without special equipment such as radars or skills such as Night Hunter, your units will be in the bottom left corner of the screen. Above the minimap, you can see the night icon. If you hover over it, you will see its effects. During the storming of the enemy positions, your units took some losses. You should reinforce your troops before continuing the offensive. Select your most damaged tank that is at 7 strength. Click on the HQ skills button, then select reinforcement.
增援，行动中要花50%，行动后只要花20%。
In the reinforcement menu, you can restore your unit's strength. You can reinforce units only within the active service zone of your infrastructure. You can select how much of the unit's strength you want to reinforce. All damaged are reinforced for free if you decide to reinforce at least 1 lost strength. You have prepared your troops for the upcoming battle. Let us have a closer look at the HQ skills. There are times when there are no recon unit close at hand, where you need to scout more locations. For such situations, you have the Aviation At the Unit Actions panel, select the Aviation Recon button and click with your left mouse button on the designated hex. Aviation Recon is an incredibly useful skill, but every usage spends a number of command points. Every turn you regain some command points. The more core units that are deployed for the operation, the lower will be your command points income. Moreover, apart from enemy troops, Aviation Recon is located at the fort defending the city. It is a stationary defensive unit overwatching all soft targets entering its firing zone. Click on your tank unit to deselect it, then select the fort to see its firing zone marked with red skull icons. The best way to quickly deal with fort and other fortifications is to use flamethrowers. Open the infantry unit info screen, then open the equipment tab and acquire flamethrower for it.
火焰喷射，这是三小啊！哎，不是啊，点不到东西啊！哎，他 bug 哎，他骗人哎，没有东西啊！哎，爆了哎，这样卡住了，因为其他东西都被锁住了啊！什么东西都没有啊！它亮这个什么都没有啊！现在怎样？哎，他，我就跟你说他教学有问题呀、啊！你看这现在就卡住了、啊，什么时候不能干、啊？
下面有魔，
不能点啊！哦，可以，靠腰用可以滑鼠啦。
When there's a fort, you can expect to see minefields as well. Fortunately, your recon unit has sapper squad equipment, which allows locating and demining the minefields. Select the recon unit and scout the way by moving it in the designated hex.
工兵可以扫雷。
And here comes the minefield. The unit sends out the sapper squad with strength equal to the current unit strength. Sappers will be automatically attacked by enemy units if they enter the gun range. When sappers reach a minefield, they remove strength equal to the sapper squad current strength. Click on the minefield to demine it. It seems that the road is clear. It is time to take care of the enemy fort. Select the infantry with the flamethrower and attack the fort.
喷射枪。
Flamethrower, infantry deals damage equal to its current strength to all types of fortifications. Fort defeated in close combat will be taken over by the attacker and will become his fort with 5 strength. Flamethrower is also effective against the enemy infantry hiding inside the buildings, providing +4 attack against it. It also reduces enemy entrenchment level by 2 before the attack.
就是你攻击碉堡，如果攻击成功，你会获得5的强度，哎，这么 OP。
Now, what is the entrenchment level? Have a look at the enemy infantry occupying the supply point. There are sandbags piled up around it. It means that the unit has some level of entrenchment. If any land unit finishes a turn while still being able to move, it gains 1 level of entrenchment, which provides a +1 to all defense parameters. This bonus can stack up to 6 times. However, if the unit moves to another hex, it loses all levels of entrenchment. If the unit attacks in close combat, it does not receive defense bonus from entrenchment.
近距离作战攻击就不会获得战功奖，什么主动攻击没有加成，是不是？
City hexes offer solid defense bonuses by themselves. If a city is occupied by well-entrenched infantry, your troops will have a tough time clearing it. You have 2 fighter units of your own. You can engage in a frontal attack, but then your unit will come under the return fire first and suffer significant. On the unit actions panel, you can see an afterburner button. This active skill adds defense to your fighter, allowing you to minimize the damage from the return fire. Attack the enemy fighter. Great, it dealt a solid blow to the enemy. Repeat the attack with the second fighter.
还击都是先还击才攻击耶，就是你主动攻击别人，你要先被他打一下，然后你才能攻击他。轰炸机并攻击。
Perfect. Now attack it with the second bomber. You can now finish it off with your tank and occupy the hex. Congratulations, the operation was a success. Click on the finish operation.
我怎么没走的？好啦。
Following the treacherous and unexpected Japanese attack at Pearl Harbor on the morning of December 7th, 19... Following the treacherous and unexpected...
Since time immemorial, the Japanese were renowned...
Following the treacherous and unexpected Japanese attack at Pearl Harbor on the morning of December 7th, 1941...
Greetings and good morning, Hawaii. You're listening to Radio Honolulu. Today, December the 7th, the weather is perfect, and we would like to bring this song for the listening pleasure of all U.S. military personnel on Hawaii.
Come from every quarter, from the north, south, east, and west, to clear
Jenny, why aren't you eating?
the land we love the best. We've left our occupation and home so far and dear, but when the going's rather rough,
Mom, is Daddy going to leave us again today? Yes, Jenny. You know full well that he's on duty, even on Sundays.
Good morning, Mr. Zip, 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 you're surely looking fine.
Hey, you two. I have a surprise for both of you.
If the camels don't get to the petite,
I took the day off, so I could spend the entire day with two beautiful ladies.
your handkerchief is not as mine.
We get to play with Daddy today!
笑笑就要死了，我们要被轰炸了。
Don't worry. The Arizona will somehow manage without me for one whole day.
所以他要躲过一劫，是不是？真机两栖好像是先轰战舰而已，轰完就跑。
You need step down the pipe in olive drab and khaki. I'll go down the heights.
Surprise！ 什么叫做惊喜？这就叫做惊喜啊！惊不惊喜，意不意外？
Mommy! 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 Get up! Mommy, please, get up! Mommy! Please, get up! Mommy, please.
This is preposterous. Utterly preposterous. Our Pacific Fleet has been destroyed at Pearl Harbor, clearly demonstrating an unprecedented level of complacency and incompetence in our high command. On top of all this disastrous news, our territories in the Pacific are being captured by the Japanese daily. Gentlemen, this cannot be allowed to continue. Admiral Nimitz, you are hereby appointed the new Commander-in-Chief of the United States Pacific Fleet. I expect you to fully engage the Japanese and put an end to this nonsense immediately. You must save our nation. Do I make myself perfectly clear?
Mr. President, indeed, the situation is dire. However, I'm convinced the decisive actions will swing the balance in our favor.
Mr. President, the appointment of Chester Nimitz is the best thing that you could have done to put the Japanese in their place. Together we will protect our country from the Japanese threat.
It is my direct command to you, Admiral Nimitz, that the Japanese offensive in the Pacific be completely thwarted.
Yes, sir.
Ernest, Chester, do not let our country down.
Oh my God, it is worse than in the newspapers. Oklahoma, capsized, 429 dead. Arizona, exploded, 1,177 dead. We have lost so many brave seamen, and it all happened in 1 hour. How many more have to die before we end this war?
I hope that we can get back at those damn Japs, sir.
We have to regain our strength first. Then retaliate at the right moment.
话说他这个3D 动画模组很烂啊，他为什么干脆不要做3D 动画？
And here comes my fleet.
而且他剧情为何做那么久啊？为什么做那么久？烂模组还做那么久？我还宁愿他用2D 手绘就算了。
Enter.
Naval Intelligence Officer Lieutenant Commander Layton, reporting for duty as ordered, sir.
At ease, Lieutenant Commander. Give me the situation report.
The Japanese carrier task force is headed in a...
read the report, Layton. I am interested in the officer's mood, not the statistics.
Well, after everything that happened, sir, everyone expects to be relieved of duty. I'm also willing to take responsibility for our collective failure, sir. Who should I transfer my duties to?
Sit down, Lieutenant Commander. Lieutenant Commander, I've scrutinized the report and the attack on the Pearl Harbor. I have come to the conclusion that you and the other officers are not to blame. It could have happened to anyone. It's my sincere hope, Layton, that you and all the other men will remain in your assigned duties. America most assuredly needs you.
Well, Admiral, we all know this is a catastrophe, sir. Our Pacific Fleet is all but destroyed.
No. I would not say that's true. Our aircraft carriers are still in good shape. So, despite the devastating blow, it's still too early for us to give up. This is especially true in your case, Layton. You have spent years in Tokyo, and you studied the Japanese mentality and their traditions, and know them better than anyone else. Your knowledge is an invaluable asset. Edwin, let's assume that you are Admiral Yamamoto. What would your next move be?
Well, sir, I would focus on this southern region, sir. The Japanese are in dire need of fuel. So they're going to have to occupy New Guinea. And then all the nearby islands which are rich in oil. At the same time, they should try to capture Port Moresby. which is to support any subsequent invasion of Australia.
That is exactly what I have assumed as well. And that is where we're going to stop them.
From the Commander-in-Chief, United States Fleet, Admiral Ernest, the Port Moresby base in New Guinea is the last obstacle in their way. It's further be advised, 2 Japanese carriers, the Southwest Sector Commander, General MacArthur, will try to hold Port Moresby at all costs. Unfortunately, his forces are...
From Admiral Nimitz to Admiral King, I sent Task Force...
Admiral Fletcher reports. Task Force 17 has reached the...
Great. Your next step will be to join forces with Task Force 11 located near the island of San Cristobal. To establish contact upon uniting our fleet, we'll bear in mind that after the bombing of Pearl Harbor...
声音太大声了，把谈话声音小一点。坚守莫尔斯比港，约克城号不能沉。这里是不是？这是图拉吉。莫尔斯比港是哪里啊？这里是不是？所以要守这里。他是会派一拖拉库人来，是不是啊？因为我看他现在没有任何兵啊，他是不是这边会剩一堆兵啊？他只有3个兵哎，就这3个。所以我要赶。
The forces are comprised of both core and non-core units. Core unit strength indicator is green and round-shaped, and for non-core units, it is yellow and hexagon-shaped. Non-core units are allocated for one mission only, while the core units will accompany you throughout the campaign. You'll be able to level them up and provide them with new equipment. These units are the ones which should be under your primary protection.
只有绿色的单位会跟到你，到下一场会跟着你，所以绿色的一定要尽量练。黄色的就只有在这一场会出现而已，其他就不出现了。
Ammunition and fuel icons next to unit strength will allow you to quickly get important information about it. If the unit is still able to move during the current turn, the canister icon will be green. If it can no longer move, the icon will be gray. Likewise, the ammunition icon shows whether the unit has attacked this turn. If the unit is low on ammunition or fuel, the corresponding icon is yellow. It becomes red once the unit has run out of it completely.
哪里有燃料？这里，供给也要，所以
Ships consist of various ship parts such as hull, engine, main gun, second gun, anti-aircraft gun, and others. Most of them have their own HP indicating their current state. When hull HP drops...
We have established contact with Task Force 11.
Great. Take command of all ships. Yorktown alone would not stand.
有船欸，那是什么？敌军哦，还是我军？
A Japanese recon aircraft has been sighted close to our task force.
It cannot be allowed to escape.
啊，怎么派侦察？
We live to fly.
不是啊，我的空在哪？航母是不是？好像是航母哎。
Fighter planes are vital for gaining air superiority. Keep your fighters close to allied aircraft you want to protect, and they will provide fire support. Fighters are able to attack ground targets, although with low efficiency. They can use the Overwatch breakthrough skill. Damage is indicated with the numbers above the unit being attacked.
The aircraft has been shot down!
Great. We made sure he was not able to reveal our location.
We reach for the stars.
Aircraft carrier, or simply carrier, is a mobile floating airfield at your disposal. Each carrier can carry several aircraft units on board. You can see the exact carrier capacity in its combat parameters. It also has a huge storage of ammunition and fuel on board, which is used to refuel and rearm aircraft units upon landing, as well as for the carrier's own needs. Carriers are vulnerable and a high priority target for the enemy, thus they should be kept at a safe distance, attacking with Carrier-based aircraft is different from ordinary aviation, as it can land and take off.
U.S. Marines are bested only by U.S. submarines.
Do we get to blow up some enemy vessels?
All systems are go.
A destroyer is an escort ship equipped with medium-caliber naval guns, anti-aircraft guns, torpedoes, and anti-submarine depth charges. It is inferior to capital ships in terms of combat potential. However, it is able to detect enemy submarines with sonar and destroy them with depth charges. A destroyer also provides fire support.
哎，我不是按结束回合了吗？为什么还没结束啊？还是我又可以再动了。
The submarine is an invisible enemy unless it is detected via sonar. It can make powerful attacks.
From General MacArthur to Admiral Nimitz. My pilots spotted a group of Japanese warships heading for Tulagi Island. Apparently, they are planning to seize the island. Our garrison does not stand a chance against an attack. However, your fleet is capable of overpowering any invading forces. Now would be the perfect time for intervention.
I'd rather not take the reports of MacArthur's army pilots at face value. They are not accustomed to naval operations and could give us an incorrect assessment of the situation.
I cannot live without the skies. You can see the world's harmony in the skies.
我没有侦察机啊！我没有侦察机啊！哎，不是啊，去哪边升侦察机啊？
Capital ships are equipped with long-range, powerful main guns capable of striking through an armored deck. Secondary guns can repel approaching escort ships with barrage fire. Capital ships are vulnerable to submarine and aircraft attacks, but they require an escort of destroyers. However, artillery strikes from guns with low attack value cannot pierce their armored deck. They can also send a reconnaissance seaplane to scout the area.
没有侦察机啊！ 不是啊，没有侦察机啊！说好的侦察机呢？他是不是睁眼说瞎话啊？我们没有看到侦察机啊！哎，战斗机有英雄嘞！对飞机造成30伤害就可以指派。 对啊，哎，说好的侦察机耶，去哪边升侦察机啊？这边就是我能升的所有部队啊，就没侦察机啊，他是骗人啊
We live to fly.
在这里附近是不是？
With blinding speed.
Good. Now we know for sure what's going on around Tulagi.
U.S. Marines are bested only by U.S. submarines. We like swimming. Not really.
Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum. Time to move.
Mobile airfield at your disposal.
这个是航母嘛？
You
他说
require
航
an
母性能
escort.
不要靠到前面呢，不然会被记
Conducting
错。
active search for enemy subs. Escort ships are the glue that holds the Navy together.
I'm fed up with seeing the same ugly mugs every day. Underwater we glide.
Guarding the perimeter. Seeking out the enemy.
We're on a floating fortress.
Ready to launch our Air Force. We'll carry you through this battle.
可以看它的攻击范围吗？不，可以看它移动吗？不能诶，所以我要自己算是不是啊？那我要自己算诶。
Ready to launch our Air Force.
反正我赌这好了。
Ready to launch our Air Force.
为什么要变这个？为什么要特殊动画？发生什么事啊？为什么航母还要特殊动画
Do we get to blow up some enemy vessel?
没舰队了。
Better to die than to live and not fly.
Tactical bombers are flying artillery and a great tool for wreaking havoc on any enemy troops, although you have to be careful of the anti-aircraft units Overwatch and fire support. It is better to scout the enemy positions before sending in bombers. Do not leave your tactical bombers without protection. Remember, they are a prime target for enemy fighter planes.
We had been pilots before we were born. Consider us already there.
看怎么多人？
Better to die than to live and not fly. We are high in the sky.
好多哦。
I was born a pilot.
这台是什么？这是运输船。这几个都运输
We
船。
live to fly.
先把运输船轰爆吧！啊，走不到。
Our lives are in the skies. We have trouble hearing your orders at this altitude.
看这是什么船？驱逐舰。
We'll hope for the best. With great power comes greater bombs. Did we just kill 3 or 4 units? Let's assume it was full. I fly the newest model in my sleep. We'll get there in no time.
哎，这个不是
I was
这个不
born
是
a
那个吗？
pilot.
为什么不能轰？哎，为什么？
With great power comes greater bombs. Our planes are the best. I cannot live without the skies. We'll blow them up, shall we? In God we trust. I cannot live without the
为
skies.
什么没办法攻击啊？
You can see the world's harmony in the skies.
为什么不攻击？
The skies are calling. We'll blow them up, shall we?
我觉得我飞错了，我应该把那个什么空中支援应该这3个啦。飞错了。
skies. Hey, the skies are ours with blinding speed.
Capital ships are equipped with long-range, powerful main guns capable of striking through an armored deck. Secondary
From jet.
You can see us? Are we going home?
Do we get to blow up some enemy vessel?
Our attitude is as crazy as our altitude.
300 millimeters of armor is no joke. We keep traditions of the Navy.
Submariners are the elite of the Navy. Yes, it is us.
Do we really have to go through all that again?
Searching for enemy subs. Providing air cover. Conducting active search for enemy subs. Patrolling the area.
300 millimeters of armor is no joke.
Going the extra mile to carry out your orders, sir.
Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum.
We are the fastest ship.
Enemies are high. You're higher. We had been pilots before we were born. With blinding speed.
Good. Now we know for sure what's going on around Tulagi.
Speed is of the essence.
We reach for the stars.
On the ground, everything's so hectic.
We are high in the sky. We keep the skies clean.
We prefer to keep our
tactical bombers are flying artillery and a great tool for wreaking havoc on any enemy troops, although you have to be careful of the anti-aircraft units Overwatch and fire support. It is better to scout the enemy positions before sending in bombers. Do not leave your tactical bombers without protection. Remember, they are a prime target for enemy fighter planes.
The sound of falling bombs is soothing in a way.
Providing escort service.
The sound of falling bombs is soothing in a way. I hope there'll be no enemy fighters.
为什么只有扣这么一点点啊？我是不是太早轰啊？
Is there anything better than serving on a US battleship? I don't think so. We will rock your world. 300 millimeters of armor is no joke.
It's raining death. No hurry at all. Just over 200 miles an hour. I cannot live without the skies. I hope there'll be no enemy fighters. We'll hope for the best. The sound of falling bombs is soothing in a way.
扣零啊！为什么扣零啊？不太懂啊。
No hurry at all. Just over 200 miles an hour.
扣零。快点啊
We live to fly.
快点
U.S. Marines are bested only by U.S. submarines.
Let's pray for good weather. We're eager to fly.
Better to die than to live and not fly.
被轰啊！飞机要爆嘞！哦，飞机要爆嘞！哦，飞机要爆嘞！哎，我是不是太早轰啦？我觉得我好像不应该先轰的，哎，我只能等他来再打，不然这样子好像飞机一定要爆一台啦。应该是因为没有侦察关系啊。哪一台有雷达？他们有一台有雷达是可以侦测的。
You can see us.
哪一台有雷达
Submariners are the elite of Navy. Yes, it is us. It is so boring in here. Can we attack?
有雷达，驱逐舰有雷达。那我知道了，我知道了。应该是先不要上去呀，应该是先不要上去。
Well, at least we have an insignia.
All these fancy new carriers will not replace good old 400mm naval guns.
Seeking out the enemy.
U.S. Marines are bested only by U.S. submarines.
Carriers are the main instrument of modern warfare. Yes, sir.
With that much firepower, we can sink the whole country, I think.
Guarding the perimeter. Searching for enemy subs. We are the fastest ship. Are we on a scouting mission?
We keep traditions of the Navy. You can't expect part-time arrival.
Do we get to blow up some of the investment?
Ready to launch our Air Force. Carriers are the main instrument of modern warfare. Yes, sir.
It is so boring in here. Can we attack?
We're on a floating fortress.
Our attitude is as crazy as our altitude. Yoo-hoo! Our attitude is as crazy as our altitude. We have trouble hearing your orders at this altitude.
We have not used this great reconnaissance tool before.
被占领了是不是？没有啊，还是我的旗啊？哎，被占领一个人是不是？看到没？被占领一个人。
You require an escort. An escort.
2格，只有2格啊！神啊，只有找潜军哎，那有什么屌用？主炮4格， 别饿死。哎，重点是我都看不到啊！哎，我没有那个哎，我没有那叫什么
？Enemies are high, we are higher. Yoo-hoo!
我没有那个那叫什么侦察机呀？我怎么侦察啊？对啊，我到现在还不知道我哪里有侦察机耶。我明明就没有侦察机，他一直跟我讲都侦察机耶。他就没有一个侦察机呀。我要怎么侦察
？We are high in the sky.
对啊，就没有一个侦察机呀。我不太懂了。
We will rock your world.
I'm fed up with seeing the same ugly mugs every day. Gotcha.
Your trust is well placed.
感觉是要派轰炸机去轰他才有那个哎，他才知道那个哎。
Tactical bombers are flying artillery and a great tool for wreaking havoc on any enemy troops, although you have to be careful of the anti-aircraft units Overwatch and fire support. It is better to scout the enemy positions before sending in bombers. Do not leave your tactical bombers without protection. Remember, they are a prime target for enemy fighter planes.
Let's not exceed our range.
Providing air cover.
You can see us? Yay, you've noticed me. My mother will be proud. Good luck fetching out that hole.
零哎，为什么是零啊？不是啊，为什么是零啊？我看不懂啊，为什么是零？为什么我轰了变零？这什么意思啊？为什么轰了是零啊？为什么
I'm claustrophobic, you know?
啊，一样都是潜舰，为什么一个轰了扣2滴，一个轰了是0滴？这什么差别？我不太懂哎，这游戏怪怪的啊。
Reporting as ordered.
All these fancy nuke carriers will not replace good old 400mm naval guns. Oh yes, we'll show them our main gun.
Escort ships are the glue that holds the Navy together.
是这种比较好还是这种比较好？对啊，是主炮比较好还是这个比较好？
Guarding bigger vessels. Taking down ours.
Well, at least we have an insignia.
Reporting as ordered. Keep firing!
We have an island on board, sir. We're on the warpath!
我觉得玩错了，应该是先五个炸的先炸，5个的先炸，然后再炸2个，会比较好。
You require an escort? We are the fastest ship, providing escort service.
这几个的，4个的。
We will teach them humility.
啊，都打不死哎。
We're on a floating
都打不死啊。
Whoa! Did you see that? It vaporized.
我打爆一台了，好难打爆哦！我操，好难打爆。这个要先干掉啊！我家的人。
We aim for the sky.
Hey, the skies are ours. We cut through the air. We are high in the sky.
With great power comes greater bombs. Let's not exceed our range. I fly the newest model in my sleep. I fly the newest model in my sleep. The sound of falling bombs is soothing in a way.
为什么他们要扣零啊？哎，不是啊，他这个鱼雷轰炸机动不动都打零是什么东西啊？好烂哦，飞到笑啊
Let's not exceed our range. We're eager to fly. Bombed some guys, and now it's time for lunch. Let's not exceed our range.
啊，为什么不能打了？不是啊，为什么不能打
The skies are calling. We'll hope for the best.
Hey, the skies are ours. Oh, we will teach them manners posthumously. With blinding speed, our attitude is as crazy as our altitude. We live to fly.
干，我觉得我打错了、欸，我的机要被打爆了、欸，我这个要爆了、欸，这个要爆了、欸。不这么难啊！我完全不会玩啊，怪怪的啊！我怎么觉得我的目标已经失败了、啊？我这个港口要实现啊！
Ship is barely afloat. Its whole HP is extremely low. Any further damage is likely.
Sir, the Japanese main
Tulagi has
啊，已经完全失手了、欸，三小啊，重来吧，重来吧，已经完全失手了、欸。
From the commander-in-chief, the
搞不懂啊， 搞不懂啊。
You don't need islands when you have carriers. Yes, sir.
Guarding the perimeter.
Your forces are.
We have established. Great. A Japanese.
We keep traditions of the Navy.
Do we get to blow up some enemy vessels?
Guarding the perimeter.
We reach for the star.
Ammunition and fuel icons next to unit strength.
Nut.
From General MacArthur to
all these fancy nuke carriers will not replace good old 400mm naval guns.
Ships consist of various ship parts such as hull, engine, main gun, second gun, anti-aircraft gun, and others. Most of them have their own HP indicating their current state. When hull HP drops to 0, the ship is destroyed. Ship firepower depends on the current HP of each individual gun.
还是要派飞机去挡哎，派飞机去挡，他们好像就不会先上岸哎。
Can I serve in another vessel? These guys are boring.
Capital ships are equipped with long-range, powerful main guns capable of striking through an armored deck. Secondary guns can repel approaching escort ships with barrage fire. Capital ships are vulnerable to submarine and aircraft attacks, but they require an escort of destroyers. However, artillery strikes from guns with low attack value cannot pierce their armored deck. They can also send a reconnaissance seaplane to scout the area.
On the lookout.
I'm fed up with seeing the same ugly mugs every day.
Ready to launch our Air Force.
Aircraft carrier, or simply carrier, is a mobile floating airfield at your disposal. Each carrier can carry several aircraft units on board. You can see the exact carrier capacity in its combat parameters. It also has a huge storage of ammunition and fuel on board, which is used to refuel and rearm aircraft units upon landing, as well as for the carrier's own needs. Carriers are vulnerable and a high priority target for the enemy, thus they should be kept at a safe distance, attacking with their aircraft from afar. Yet they have powerful anti-aircraft guns, which they can use to repel enemy air raids. If the carrier's flight deck has 0 HP left, or the carrier is on fire, its flight deck is no longer functional and aircraft cannot land or take off.
We will rock your world.
Fighter planes are vital for gaining air superiority. Keep your fighters close to allied aircraft you want to protect, and they will provide fire support. Fighters are able to attack ground targets, although with low efficiency.
Good. Now we know for sure what's going on around Tulagi.
Enemies are high. We are higher.
300mm of armor is...
Carrier-based aircraft is different from ordinary aviation, as it can land and take off from carriers. It can resupply ammunition and fuel and restore its damage on board a carrier. It can also change its equipment while on a carrier. However, in order to be reinforced, it has to land at an airfield.
好，我会被打一个严重伤害，但是我会没有伤害啊，没办法打对敌人的伤害，是不是？那还要再派一台，是不是
？We are high in the sky. Better to die than to live and not fly. We caught through the air. We have been pilots before we were born.
Tactical bombers are flying artillery and a great tool for wreaking havoc on any enemy troops, although you have to be careful of the anti-aircraft units overwatch and fire support. It is better to scout the enemy positions before sending in bombers. Do not leave your tactical bombers without protection. Remember, they are a prime target for enemy fighter planes.
We have trouble holding orders at this altitude. Speed is of the essence.
I fly the newest model in my sleep. It's raining death.
Damage is indicated with the numbers above the unit being attacked. For ground and aircraft units, there are two types of damage, lethal and non-lethal. Both lethal and non-lethal damage decrease the unit's strength. However, non-lethal damage at the same time increases the number of units damaged, which can later be restored. Naval units always receive only lethal damage, however they have multiple ship parts with their corresponding HP, thus damage against them is split. Ship parts except the hull are repaired over time by ship maintenance. Hull HP cannot be restored in any way during the operation.
我比较不懂的是鱼雷剑啊，鱼雷剑我不知道为什么轰了都没反应耶。对啊，你看啊，你可以看到右边啊，0伤害啊，鱼雷剑不知道为什么完全没伤害啊。啊，我去轰，我不仅没打不动它啊，我还会被打。我这两台完全没用啊。
We're eager to fly.
轰炸机不知道拿来干嘛的。
If the infantry is the heart of the armed forces, the air force is their soul.
Our lives are in the skies.
只能结束啦，因为轰不动啊。被打1，被打2，被打3，哦，被打8了，哇，快爆啦！
安安你好台主，
安啊，快爆啦，好痛啊！ 这几台要回去啦，这几台得。 么有一个不见了？
We are high in the sky.
我的航母嘞
You don't need islands when you have carriers.
我要回航母啦。
Better to die than to live and not fly. We keep the skies clean.
我回航母休息啦，你要爆了，要爆了。
We are high in the sky.
还有，不是有一个日本人吗？这个是不是？对，这个啦，这个啦，这个日本人啊。那这个日本人啊，这个不能控制是不是？哦，蓝色是友军，绿色要
We
绿
had been
色。
pilots before we were born.
Underground, everything's so hectic.
Do not hold back. Why am I even
战
saying
斗机
this?
可以打陆兵诶。
We keep the skies clean.
我先轰好了。
Our world is full of wonders. Carriers are one of them.
要把这台轰掉好了。
You don't need islands when you have carriers. There we go. We aim for the sky.
哎，为什么我这一台靠在这里啊？这台还是问号啊？我这台不是可以侦查它吗？是哪边怪怪的啊？为什么？为什么？啊，刚刚我靠过去，他就看得到啊！啊，我现在靠过去看不到了。
We keep the skies clean.
好怪啊！
All systems are go. We'll put them to flight, sir.
哎，干他也是4格的，机车嘞。
Is there anything better than serving on a US battleship? I don't think so.
我这可以到几个？我这可以到6格。1、2、3、4、6。
You can expect a timely arrival.
啦啦。
That ship is about to disappear.
Mobile airfield at your disposal.
这只有4格。这4个，所以只能抓这。哎，为什么这个航空母舰只有4个啊？啊，人家这个可以到6个。
Going the extra mile to carry out your orders, sir. We're on the warpath.
A destroyer is an escort ship equipped with medium caliber naval guns, anti-aircraft guns, torpedoes, and anti-submarine depth charges. It is inferior to capital ships in terms of combat potential. However, it is able to detect enemy submarines with sonar and destroy them with depth charges. A destroyer also provides fire support versus air attacks.
好烂
Use destroyers
啊！为什
for
么这
reconnaissance,
零啊？
convoy escort,
为什么这
anti-submarine,
零啊？
and
前进为什
anti-aircraft
么烂
warfare.
啊？为什么？林老师哎，有够烂的啦！飞到笑，
Will there be enemy cargo ships?
有够烂哎！
The submarine is an invisible enemy unless it is detected via sonar. It can make powerful attacks with torpedoes and then instantly retreat to avoid detection. Torpedoes deal damage exclusively to ships, thus being a very effective tool to make quick work of damaging or destroying an enemy ship.
Fire all guns.
我一直打不爆，好烂！
Reporting as ordered. Continue the onslaught.
有够硬的啦！
Adding bigger vessels.
到底要轰几次才会爆啊？
Time to pay for Kitty's death. How may I be of assistance?
那是地
You
地
can see
吗？
us? Will there be enemy cargo ships? Shoot, wouldn't that get paid better?
有够烂的！你看我家的潜舰有够烂的，零伤害，有够烂啊，废到笑啊，有够烂啊！话说我可以换别的东西再轰一次吗？可以耶。
On the lookout.
可以换别的攻击再轰一次也是零伤害啊！林老师零伤害。
Continue the onslaught.
他一打我也是零伤害。
Reporting as ordered. Are we on a scouting mission? Take them out.
零伤害我干嘛打他？不是啊，这样我干嘛打他
？Reporting as ordered.
都零伤害啊！我打了我还掉血，干嘛？这游戏怪怪的这游戏我觉得怪怪的怪怪的什么东西啦？怎么长这样？不是这个是这个档是不是？刚刚没有自动记录到吗？这个吗？
为啥零伤害？
我怎么知道？那个鱼雷有够烂的而且我还试过不管是谁的鱼雷轰都是零伤害，都零伤害。
Better to die than to live and not fly.
Ready to launch our air force.
对啊，这鱼雷轰炸机也是零伤害啊。我不知道这个鱼雷到底能干嘛对啊，不管怎么打都零伤害啊！这鱼雷攻击完全没屁用我只能这么讲，鱼雷攻击完全没屁用。
We'll carry you through. A destroyer is an escort ship equipped with medium.
除了鱼雷以外的攻击有伤害，其他都没伤害。
Our attitude is as crazy as our altitude.
这里好像要记录一下。
要一个当坦克和一个输出。
Enemies are high. You're higher. Was that a barrel roll?
又来了，为什么没办法侦查？
We have trouble hearing your
那我看直接加回家。对啊，我也不太懂是血掉一定程度就没办法侦查。
We caught through the air.
还是回去休息一下吧。
Enemies are high. You're higher. Was that
还是不行
barrel roll?
他那个侦查条件是什么啊？
We have trouble hearing your orders at this altitude.
We'll hope for the best.
先把步兵干掉啊！还是我这台
Our world is full of wonders. Carriers are one of them.
对，我这里有一个登陆部队。
Our world is full of wonders. Carriers are one of them.
我这主炮多少？6格是不是？1、2、3、4、5、6，就走到这边还可以登陆。登陆去把它打掉。
Time to move.
没有合适的格子，所以他要到港口，是不是？靠腰，不能直接就地登陆，好废啊！对，他是几个啊？为什么他也轰得到我啊？
We live to fly. Yahoo!
对啊，他这个是几个啊？为什么他轰得到哦
We live to fly. Speed is of the essence.
We're eager to fly. I like flying. It's liberating.
1、2、3、4、6。
We keep traditions of the Navy.
1、2、3、4、6。
Where are we headed?
这样你就轰不到我了吧
That ship is about to disappear.
Our world is full of wonders. Carriers are one of them.
With that much firepower, we can sink the whole country.
所以1、2、3、4。
Aye, aye, sir. Fire!
太远了。哎，不对，这是4格啊！靠呀，我还要再后退1格啊！我还要再后退1格啊！算错了，算错了，好麻烦哦。
We had been pilots before we were born. Yahoo! Hey, the skies are ours. We keep the skies clean. Our attitude is as crazy as our altitude.
Carriers are the main instrument of modern warfare.
All these fancy nuke carriers will not replace good old 400mm naval guns.
1、2、3、4、5。1、2、3、4、5。
Finally, some action. We keep traditions of the Navy. Full steam ahead, Captain. Bang! Bang! Bang!
Bang! Bang! Bang!
We prefer to keep our distance.
靠，这是航母。这航母尽量不要在前面。
You require an escort? Are we on a scouting mission?
The submarine is an invisible enemy unless it is detected via sonar. It can make powerful attacks with torpedoes and then instantly retreat to avoid detection. Torpedoes deal damage exclusively to ship hull, thus being a very effective tool to make quick work of damaging or destroying an enemy ship.
骗人啊！他骗人啊！我的鱼雷就不会让人家伤害啊！我的鱼雷就0伤害啊！我也不知道为什么、啊，我的鱼雷是0伤害啊！他说好的重大伤害完全没改变。
Reporting as ordered. Keep firing. How may I be of assistance? We fight.
Can I serve in another vessel? These guys are glowing. Like a huge fishing.
We are the fastest ship. They won't escape.
我总觉得我的船都轰过一轮了，然后没有那个啊，哦，还是可以，他可以再轰一次，该不会他可以再轰一次吧？哎，好像是哎。让我87哦。
Do we get to blow up some enemy vessel? One volley by shine worth more
爆了没啊？爆了！受不了。
Providing air cover. Continue the onslaught. Reporting as ordered. Keep firing!
Time for us to father to know. And send for the enemy. Submariners are the elite of the Navy. Yes, it is us.
Escort ships are the glue that holds the Navy together.
Can't we just stay away and launch planes? Fire!
他这个他这个只有2格的哦。啊，干嘛先打那个啊
Do we get to blow up some enemy vessels?
白痴哎！
We keep traditions of the Navy.
Escort ships are the glue that holds the Navy together.
先把那个
The
干掉吧
skies are calling.
先把那个
In
干
time,
掉
you。begin to see the beauty of falling bombs. In God we trust. If the infantry is the heart of the armed forces, the air force is their soul. Our planes are the best.
Better to die than to live and not fly.
还有谁没
Better
动
be kept away
还
from
有
the
还没
enemy.
动，他这几个？4个，2、3、4。
Yes, sir. Go suck a lemon. Hey, where are escort ships?
Let's pray for good weather.
对吧？我的鱼雷就不会伤害啊，很烂哎！我的鱼雷是不会有伤害啊。废到笑啊！鱼雷真是废到笑啊！
You don't need islands when you
他
have
所有
carriers.
东西跟我，
Without
他说
much
鱼雷可以造
firepower,
成
we
重
can
大
sink
伤
the
害
whole。country, I think.
哪里重大？
We keep traditions of the Navy.
We're always on time.
We will rock your world.
Your trust is well placed. Reporting as ordered.
把我围起来会不会更好啊？
Guarding the perimeter. Guarding bigger vessels.
这是什么？这是潜舰。
Gotcha.
We are the fastest ship.
I'm claustrophobic, you know. How do you like our torpedoes, bitches?
反正好像会回血啊，就随便打，顺便加经验值啊。
Your trust is well placed. Reporting as ordered.
We keep traditions of the Navy.
Do we get to blow up some enemy vessels?
这是防空炮、副炮。哎，副炮还可以再轰哎，靠腰哎。
You don't need islands when you have carriers. We better be kept away from the enemy. We prefer to keep our distance. Mobile airfield at your disposal.
Escort ships are the glue that holds the Navy together. Do you require an escort? Keep firing!
对啊，为什么
Do you
轰都
require
不
an
会扣血
escort?
啊？
Should we not get paid better?
We're teaching them statistics forcefully.
对啊
If the infantry is the heart of the armed forces, the air force is their soul.
当做加经验啊，我也没办法啦。
Underground, everything's so hectic.
.啊，结束。对啊，都零啊，都零伤害啊。不是啊，为什么我还击我还
We
会
have
扣血啊？
intercepted a radio exchange between the ships of a large Japanese fleet.
The Japanese.
看不懂啊。
Better to die than to live and not fly.
还有那个我家的这个友军为什么不打他？为什么不打他？
We'll hope for the best. With great power comes greater bombs.
We have an island on board, sir.
We're running low on explosives.
We live to fly!
In time, you begin to see the beauty of falling bombs. We're running low on explosives. We're running low on explosives.
Our lives are in the skies! With blinding speed.
We reach for the stars.
Our attitude is as crazy as our altitude. Was this the target we were supposed to kill? Who cares? With blinding speed.
You can see the world's harmony in the skies.
We'll carry you through this battle.
这只有4是不是？6的。
With that much firepower, we can sink the whole country, I think.
6的，1、2、3、4，所以他应该好轰不
Is
到我
there
吧？
anything better than serving on a US battleship?
他轰不到我。
I don't think so. That ship is about to disappear.
Time to move. Ready for action! Ready for action! Our flag seems to better fit the scenery.
We keep traditions of the Navy.
5格的，1、2、3、4。
With that much firepower, we can sink the whole country, I think. One volley per shelling, worth more than my house.
We have crushed the Japanese invasion force. Tulagi is safe.
Well done. For the first time during this war, our Navy gave the Japanese their due. I hope that we will build on this victory.
We will rock your world.
If the infantry is the heart of the armed forces, the air force is their soul.
We aim for the sky.
If the infantry is the heart of the armed forces, the air force is their soul. On the ground, everything's so hectic.
And send for the enemy.
You require an escort? On the prowl.
Well, at least we have an insignia. It looks too deep here. Won't we drown? We'll like swimming. Not really.
Conducting active search for enemy subs.
Carriers are the main instrument of modern warfare. We go against the tide. We aim for the sky. We go against the tide.
On the prowl.
300 millimeters of armor is no joke.
没得动了吧
We better be kept away from the enemy.
他都没有一个快捷键是可以
Escort
看一
ships
下
are the
确
glue
认一
that
下谁
holds
没
the
动
Navy
嘛
together.
You can see us?
Our lives are in the skies!
Eh, 来了来了我靠好痛哦他们的船为什么他们的空军这么猛啊轰一下我就升4了
This unit is on the verge of defeat. Send the unit to the service zone where it can be reinforced. The service zone is a 1 hex range around an infrastructure.
Sir, according to the radio interception, enemy carriers are preparing to launch an air attack on our ships. Transport ship Neosho and destroyer Sims bound.
We must protect.
I couldn't agree more. Now,
老师哎，他们的空军怎么那么猛啊？为什么他空军那么猛啊？我空军怎么唱那么烂？哎，他们是不是作弊啊？最好是档次差那么多啊！你好歹他多强我也多强也就算了，不是啊？他们的PVD 强哎。
Our world is full of wonders. Carriers are one of them. We have an island on board, sir.
先升空好了。
Godspeed! It is the United States Air Force, you stupid bastards!
We'll carry you through this battle.
Do we get to blow up some enemy vessels?
We had been pilots before we were born!
哎靠啊！我这一台快爆了哎！我这一台是4是不是？它有一台快爆了不是吗？是这一台吗？
We're running low on
是
explosives.
混在一起，我实在看不太出来。
In God,
Your aircraft is running out of fuel. In order to refuel, the aircraft has to land in an airfield within a supply zone. Carrier-based aviation can use carriers as an airfield.
Do we get to blow up some enemy vessels?
We have trouble hearing your orders at this altitude. We have trouble hearing your orders at this altitude. Our attitude is as crazy as our altitude.
let's pray for good weather.
Better to die than to live and not fly.
我这台是不是快没燃料了？
This is hell, as in Hellcat. Enemy down. Do you keep count?
Enemy down.
Speed is of the essence. We are high in the sky. Do not hold back. Why am I even saying this? Yeah, this is our heavenly gift for you, bastards. Don't you like it?
We keep traditions of the Navy.
对，这台可以登陆吗？
We live to fly.
可以耶，战列舰也可以登陆哎。还是哦，靠近这个都可以登陆的样子啊。他回到那个航母了。啊，剩下没有血了，对不对？剩下应该靠我的那个什么打就好了吧？
We have trouble hearing your orders at this altitude.
这个打过了没啊？哎，糟糕，我忘记哪一台是动过，哪一台没动过。
We had been pilots before we were born. We live to fly. We have trouble hearing your orders at this altitude.
Let's pray for good weather.
With that much firepower, we can sink the whole country, I think. Fire! It's raining hell! Finally, we get to use our guns.
然后要去救这里这样的。
You can expect our timely arrival. We keep traditions of the Navy. Fire! It's raining hell! Our guns are too big to fail. You can expect our timely arrival.
I'm claustrophobic, you know.
海主后面不是有一台雷湾大海战？
靠北，这是
Will there be enemy cargo ships?
我不知道哎，因为我新手啊。
Do you require an escort? Evasive maneuvering is in order. Take them out. Enemy down.
啊，不能再走了。
We are the fastest ship. Escort ships are the glue that holds the Navy together. Patrolling the area, providing air cover. Evasive maneuvering is in order.
Going the extra mile to carry out your orders, sir.
Guarding the perimeter.
还有谁没动啊？
Well, at least we have an insignia.
啊，我有个步兵忘了回来，怎么办？
我记得有。
我有个步兵忘了回来。啊，怎么那个步兵啊？那个步兵被杀了是不是？算了，被杀了就算了。 哎，是不是一直招兵比较快啊？我怎么觉得一直招兵比较快啊？升级的话，要扣那个吗？要扣指挥点数吗？好像要吧。
Ready to launch our Air Force.
碾压，减少对方的防御跟攻击，可以叠4，哎，好像很猛，哎。屹立不倒，我觉得碾压比较猛吧。啊，怎么升？灯怎么升？为什么不能升？啊，这里升。啊，坚持没有满是不是？坚持没有满。哦，对啊。好，应该还有谁没动？应该没了吧？
U.S. Marines are bested only by U.S. submarines.
他不是说那个血会补回来吗？要回到港口才能补，是不是啊
How may I be of assistance? How may I be of assistance?
那怎么补血啊？
Do you require an escort? Seeking out the enemy.
为什么补血？他为什么不会补满？他不是说自动补到满吗？每回合都会补啊！啊，怎么看起来没有在补啊？还是他要在港口才补？有没有什么回去补血的牛啊？对啊，没有回去补血的牛，我已经停在港口啦、什么东西啊？怪怪的、啊。这样我怎么撑啊
？Escort ships are the glue that holds the Navy together.
有船哎，不是、啊、有
Is
飞机
there
耶。
anything better than serving on a US battleship? I don't think so.
This is the way to go.
300mm of armor is no joke.
You don't need islands when you have carriers. Our world is full of wonders. Carriers are one of them.
We keep the skies clean.
Ready to launch our Air Force.
We'll hope for the best.
Our lives are in the skies. We live to fly.
靠近会有经验值哎！我现在才发现靠近会有经验值哎。啊，这个是什么？这是战斗机。
Your trust is well
那应该
placed.
用
Are we on a
用
scouting
长
mission?
轰最好啊。
We fight! Firing as we go.
$300mm of armor is no joke. 300mm of armor is no joke.
Underwater we glide. Are we going home?
Guarding bigger vessels. Evasive maneuvering is in order. Do you require an escort? Going full speed ahead. Take them out. We fight!
All these fancy new carriers will not replace good old 400mm naval guns.
Do you require an escort?
Our lives are in the skies. You're gonna love it. We have trouble hearing your orders at this altitude. Better to die than to live and not fly.
Ready to launch our Air Force.
I love putting the enemy's butts on fire. These guys are so funny.
我想问为什么没轰死啊？
Escort ships are the glue that holds the Navy together.
We better be kept away from the enemy.
If the infantry is the heart of the armed forces, the air force is their soul. You can see the world's harmony in the skies.
没得轰了。没得轰啦，跑了。又一台。哎干！我靠！哎，他的防空炮也太远了吧！哎，他是不是作弊啊？啊，为什么我的船那么烂？啊，他的为什么可以那么好？你他妈唬我啊！你现在是怎样？日本都用黑科技是不是啊？啊，好多兵哦！救命哦！我怎么觉得我要爆了？他怎么补血啊？我现在搞不太懂哎，为什么不能补血啊？他不是说维修，不是他每回合会自动回修吗？ 真的不懂。
From General MacArthur to Admiral Nimitz. Air reconnaissance has spotted a large group of Japanese. All ships and aircraft have been engaged. We've thrown everything we have at it, and it's still not enough.
From Admiral Nimitz to General MacArthur.
三小，我觉得我要输了。
Enemies are high. We are higher.
Should we not get paid better?
感觉翻译有问题。
有了，我的鱼雷终于会扣血了，我的鱼雷终于可以造成1点伤害了。之前我他妈鱼雷完全不能造成伤害啊，现在有伤害了。
Providing air cover.
他们有一个航空母舰，好像要先打，他是说最好先把航空母舰干掉。
Do you require an escort?
Well, at least we have an insignia.
怎么会先打航空母舰？后面有16滴血，他妈哄我啊！他妈哄我啊！这是敌人，不然这是我的啊。
How may I be of assistance?
Are
we on a scouting mission? Providing air cover.
Submariners are the elite of the Navy. Yes, it is us.
Escort ships are the glue that holds the Navy together.
Good luck fetching out that hull. Should we not get paid better? Didn't expect that, bastards!
我要怎么回血啊？
Will there be enemy cargo ships?
我的这个坏坏啦，怎么回血啊
？Yes, it is us. I'm fed up with seeing the same ugly mugs every day.
我真的不懂哎，我不知道去哪边补血，我这样怎么可能打得完啊？这2台已经要爆啦！
I'm fed up with seeing the same ugly mugs every day.
不知道怎么玩，奇怪。我记得他当初他是有说会自己恢复啊，不是吗？ 只有燃料跟弹药啊啊，他没有讲耐久要怎么恢复啊？我不知道哎，这样我没办法玩。知道这样没办法玩啊！我这个一下子就爆了。对啊，他都说只要在格子内，它都会自己恢复啊。可是实际上我没有恢复啊，还是船的恢复不一样啊。没用增援恢复啊。海军单位不能增援，不是啊，海军单位不能增援，那我怎么玩
？We're on a floating fortress.
难怪，海军不能补那怎么玩？不就尽量不能扣血？像我现在就已经快要爆了，那我现在就已经快爆了，我有2台已经快爆了。
Is there anything better than serving on a US battleship? I don't think so.
可以修是不是？
Do we get to blow up some enemy vessel?
不会补血要怎么赢？不能修，哪够玩啊？他这个打人都会自己扣血，对啊，他打人会自己扣血啊！你一定打着一定会没血啊！要怎么补血啊？我不太懂哎。这怎么玩？这游戏怪怪的啊。是我理解有问题吗？好像真的是海军不能增援那不就尽量不能扣血啊？海军不能增援要怎么玩啊？而且你看我现在这个我这个，为什么会负3？夜晚，这样我怎么可能打得赢啊？我很好奇对啊，我很好奇到最后我怎么可能打得赢
？Is there anything better than serving on a US battleship? I don't think so.
然 然后你看要那么赶，他现在已经派，他说已经他们要大量军队要去登陆了。
300 millimeters of armor is no joke.
不用吧，他这个就10个吧。
Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum. Full steam ahead, Captain. Oh yes, we'll show them our main gun.
We aim for the sky.
We're on a floating fortress.
1、2、3、4，所以我轰得到他，轰到我。
How do I have one volley of our shelling worth more than my house?
Like a huge fishy. How do you like our torpedoes, bitches?
不是啊，为什么他不攻击呀
？You can see us. We're like swimming.
他们有多乱动啊？不是这样是会按攻击，然后就先轰了吗？这不是正常。刚那次我不知道为什么他会一直跑来跑去啊。
Like a huge fishy.
航母要爆了，先把它空气飞机打爆吧。
Ready to launch our air force. Hey, where are escort ships? Go suck a lemon. Ready to launch our air force.
One volley of our shelling worth more than my house.
1、2、3、4。
Going full speed ahead. We will teach them humility. We fight! We'll get them for you.
We have trouble hearing your orders at this altitude. Was this the target we were supposed to kill? Who cares?
Yoo-hoo! We are high in the sky. Speed is of the essence. We had been pilots before we were born.
We'll carry you through this battle.
We live to fly. We cut through the air.
Reporting as ordered. I see you! Going full speed ahead. Take them out. Firing as we go.
Well, at least we have an insignia.
We fight! We fight! Continue the onslaught. We fight!
We will rock your world.
Carriers are the main instrument of modern warfare.
Can we
we just stay away and launch planes?
它好像有还击次数哎。
Can't we just stay away and launch
其他人
planes?
都可以狂打啦，对啊，它好像有还击次数
Your
啊。
trust is well placed. Patrolling the area.
我看它好像不会动啊。
Continue the onslaught.
You can see us?
Is there anything better than serving on a US battleship? I don't think so.
They're finished. Providing escort service.
Yo ho
就是
ho
你，
and
它
a
考验你，你要动得很刚好哎。
time to move.
像我现在这动得不太好啊。
One Bolivar shelling worth more than my house.
We reach for the stars. Ready to launch our air force. Go suck a
它不
lemon.
能攻击了，现在可以
We're on the warpath.
它已经没有还击了。
Do we really have to go through all that again? Fire! Fire!
We're on a floating
像这个，你
fortress.
看它这个都还没轰完啊，像这台就被浪费掉了。
Providing air cover.
We live to fly.
Do we get to blow up some enemy vessels?
We'll hope for the best. I fly the newest model in my sleep. With great power comes greater bombs. I hope there'll be no enemy fighters.
We have been pilots before we were born.
We deliver them one-way tickets to hell.
干，我家鱼雷又
no
轰不死
hurry
人
at
了。
all. Just
哎，那
over
个鱼雷轰炸
200
机
miles an
有
hour.
够烂哎，有多烂？
fed up with seeing
都
the
打不了
same，
打不
ugly
了伤
mugs
害。
every day.
敢不敢给点有用的啊？
Is there anything better than serving on a US battleship? I don't think so.
Do you think all hell's broken loose? Nah, just us. Annihilation, as usual. Let's not exceed our range.
Wicked traditions of the Navy.
We had been pilots before we were born. These guys just cannot learn their place. It's on the ground. Yeah, this is our heavenly gift for you, bastards. Don't you like it?
这台打过了，
We are high in the sky.
这台打过了。
If the infantry is the heart of the armed forces, the air force is their soul.
How may I be of assistance?
好像都送货了。又一台。哦，我有军啊，我有军啊。我想说剩我一个，我要怎么守啊？这边还没打完哎。有人又有军啊，那应该没问题啊，应该没问题。打，厕所一下。 他好像已经全军出击了，是不是？他这边应该有一拖拉库啊。
All these fancy new carriers will not replace good old 400mm naval guns. Do we get to blow up some enemy vessel?
All systems are go.
它这是俯冲轰炸机，所以太空军去打是最好的。
Enemies are high. We are higher. Do not hold that. Why am I even saying this?
I fly the newest model in my sleep. We'll hope for the best.
Our attitude is as crazy as our altitude. Do not hold that. Why am I even saying this? These guys are so funny.
打完就回去补血。这个
Carriers are the main instrument of modern warfare. We're on the warpath. We'll carry you through this battle.
1、2、3、4，我不知道会不会被围殴秒死，好恐怖哦
You can see us? Like a huge fishy.
看不到哎。
It looks too deep here. Won't we drown?
因为下雨是不是
Well, at least we have an insignia. Are we going home?
We have an island on board, sir.
6格炮的，5格炮的，5格炮的。我这5格炮加4格炮哎。可是我如果要走到5格炮加4格炮，我还要先被打哎，我要先被打一轮。对啊，你如果站5格炮的不会被打，但是轰完5格炮就没了。可是你如果站到4格的话，你可以轰完5格再轰4格，但是前提是你要吃完一整个人。还是叫那个谁去挨。
We reach for the stars.
300mm of armor is no joke.
Time to move.
That ship is about to disappear.
Oh yes, we'll show them our main gun.
We prefer to keep our distance.
它这台是什么？战斗机，所以用战舰打最好。
We aim for the sky.
1、2、3、4，还是直接走进去，不演了。19。
There we go.
好吧，不演了。
We're eager to fly. I like flying. It's liberating.
Target has the fire support of enemy fighter planes. It is constantly detected.
From Admiral Nimitz to Admiral King. During the battle in the Coral Sea, our task force has sunk 2 Japanese carriers.
From Admiral King to Admiral Nimitz. I admire your skillful actions, which have resulted in heavy losses for our enemies.
We are high in the sky. Our attitude is as crazy as our altitude. Hey, the skies are ours.
Our
lives are in the skies. Do not hold that. Why am I even saying this?
We'll hope for the best.
Our attitude is as crazy as our altitude.
All these fancy new carriers will not replace good old 400mm naval guns.
This is the way to go.
Our lives are in the skies.
Reporting as ordered. Patrolling the area. Remember the U.S., bastards! Fire away!
好像要赢哎，他不知道还有没有其他援军，目前他已经守住了。
Reporting as ordered. On the lookout. Firing as we go. There's no getting away from the USA. Reporting as ordered. Take them out. Time to pay for Kenny's death.
We had been pilots before we were born.
We keep traditions of the Navy. Full steam ahead, Captain.
How may I be of assistance? Are we on a scouting mission?
We're on a floating fortress.
Let's pray for good weather.
Is there anything better than serving on a US battleship? I don't think so.
要赢了没有？要赢了没有？哇，又来啦！救命哦！又来了！还有是一台的，干！不要爆！不要爆！不要爆，还可以回来修啊！爆了就GG啦！啊，被围殴啦！被围殴啦！ 好多、哦，救命哦！飞机要爆了，船要爆了，都要爆了！啊，这爆一台了，爆一台了，爆一台了，爆一台了！哎，怎么那么多啊？等等。 哦，我们援军是不是啊？我家援军到底在哪？说好的援军呢？我们援军怎么人那么少啊？靠腰哦，他援军人有没有少的啊？那怎么打啊？这个是运输舰是不是？
300mm of armor is no joke.
感觉要往前冲啊！要勇敢一点啊！要勇敢一点啊！叫潜舰了吧？叫潜舰了吧？我的潜舰
It is so boring in here. Can we attack? Unseen for the enemy.
看一下啊，会有一滴伤害，会有一滴伤害。我这几个2格嘛。
Their ship will have bigger holes than... Let's leave it at that.
好，很好。还是在原地。在原地好了。
We will rock your world.
Our attitude is as crazy as our altitude.
Guarding the perimeter.
谁先动？谁先动会好一点啊？我现在在想，我要不要给这个去 I 啊，还是给这个去 I？ 这 I 完可能就没救了。
Guarding the perimeter. Continue the onslaught. Keep firing.
啊，他没还击啊，他没还击。
Remember the U.S. bastards.
这个是我的还是啊？这是敌人的哦，不是，这是我的，所以他没空军了，他没有海军啊，不是，他没有那个，他没有潜舰。
We are the fastest ship. Seeking out the enemy, providing escort service. Fire all guns. Firing as we go.
我是想去轰那个，可是好像没有办法打就回来，只能后退啊，因为他剩3滴啦，他已经飞掉了。轰完就跑吧，
Seeking out the enemy.
已经剩3滴啦。
Providing escort service.
Carriers are the main instrument of modern warfare.
Are we on a scouting mission?
Yeah.
Guarding the perimeter. Remember the U.S. bastards! Firing as we go. Take them out.
And send for the enemy.
还有一堆运输舰。
Carriers are the main instrument of modern warfare.
Hey, the skies are ours.
Should we not get paid better?
We have an island on board, sir.
Let's pray for good weather. With great power comes greater bombs.
运输舰先用轰炸机轰好了。
I hope there'll be no enemy fighters. You can see the world's harmony in the skies. A finishing blow. Our planes are the best.
We'll carry you through this battle.
战斗机啊！
How may I be of assistance?
We prefer to keep our distance.
We had been pilots before we were born.
We deliver them one-way tickets to hell. I hope there'll be no enemy fighters. We're eager to fly. We deliver them one-way tickets to hell.
Our world is full of wonders. Carriers are one of them.
Guarding the perimeter. How may I be of assistance?
was born a pilot.
We have an island on board, sir.
这运输船，它很多种运输船。
We're on a floating fortress.
这台要不要往前躺啊？我是很怕它被打爆哎、好恐怖哦！
Did you check for the enemy submarines? Our guns are too big to fail. We if you know.
还没爆啊
Ready to launch our air force. We'll carry you through this battle.
啊，这个可以牺牲，这是黄色的，对不对？这台是黄色的那一台。
All these fancy new carriers will not replace good old 400mm naval guns.
Going the extra mile to carry out your orders, sir. Fire! Can't we just stay away and launch planes?
Our attitude is as crazy as our altitude. Take it. Take it. Take it, bitch. With blinding speed.
Mobile airfield at your disposal.
Gotta do it, boys. We keep the skies clean.
You require an escort?
Should we not get paid better?
看不到哎、所以我是不是应该先把
Carriers are the main instrument of modern warfare.
Is there anything better than serving on a US battleship? I don't think so. All these fancy new carriers will not replace good old 400mm naval guns. One volley of our shelling worth more than my house. We show them our main gun.
运输舰都被我打爆了。
Our world is full of wonders. Carriers are one of them.
Gotta do it, boys.
检查一下。哇！不应该飞过去的，飞过去被打成蜂窝啦。
Our lives are in the skies. We live to fly.
We'll hope for the best. If the infantry is the heart of the armed forces, the air forces is soul.
We keep traditions of the Navy.
Well, at least we have an insignia. Are we going home? Submariners are the elite of the Navy.
这个是
Yes,
这个
it
是
is
什么？
us.
航空母舰是重巡洋舰。他们应该守得住吧？两队他们应该守得住吧？ 因为我现在有2个方案，一个是先把这个重巡洋舰，因为这个比较痛，把它打掉；一个是先不管它，先把他们那个运输舰都打掉，这样我港口一定守住，因为他们没有登陆部队。我不确定要走哪一条会比较好，记录看看好了，记录看看吧。
We reach for the stars. 300 millimeters of armor is no joke. Oh yes, we'll show them our main gun.
Better to die than to live and not fly.
How may I be of assistance?
We're on a floating fortress. Big bang.
这样他应该就没有那个啦。
300 millimeters of armor is no joke. Where are we headed? We have good guns.
Stop.
Guarding the perimeter.
I was born a pilot.
Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum.
All systems are go. We aim for the sky.
可我这台没有用啊，我这台打了之后，别人不能再追击啊。
We'll carry you through this battle.
Escort ships are the glue that holds the Navy together.
I'm claustrophobic, you know.
啊，我知道了。
Estimated lifetime of the enemy vessel is greatly reduced.
好，然后再换其他人打，
Providing escort service.
Are we going home? Unseen for the enemy. Underwater we glide.
How may I be of assistance?
Mobile airfield at your disposal. We're always on time. Fire! Hey! Where are our escort ships?
好，结束。现在就祈祷我的人活得下来，因为他已经没有登陆部队了啦。我应该是稳了，会有损失，但是他应该没有那个了，因为他没有登陆部队了，我已经守下来了。就把我的海军歼灭而已啊！然后这个我方友军也不烂的哦，他们终于到了。
Neosho and Sims have arrived at Port Moresby. They are.
他们终于到了，我家的友军终于要到了，我都快打完了，他才来。我已经爆一台那个啦，爆一台飞机啦。
You can see the world's harmony in the skies.
不然先把这台打爆吧。
We deliver them one-way tickets to hell.
打完回去休息。
I fly the newest model in my sleep. In time, you begin to see the beauty of falling bombs.
大黄回去休息。
We had been pilots before we were born.
We'll hope for the best. Do you think all hell's broken loose? Nah, just us.
We have trouble hearing your orders at this altitude.
还有谁可以先红？
We are the fastest ship.
你吧。
Continue the onslaught. Take them out. Fire away.
他怎么还没爆？老师哎。 往后退吧。
Are we on a scouting mission? Do you require an escort?
1、2、3、4。
Keep firing! Time for the reckoning. Providing escort service.
这台也快爆啦！我的船都快爆啦！
Ready to launch our Air Force.
It is so boring in here. Can we attack?
Mobile airfield at your disposal. Fire! Go suck a lemon!
Guarding bigger vessels.
Your ship is barely afloat.
哎，为什么他还可以轰啊？
Is extremely low.
我这已经
Any
不是轰
further
2人了
damage
吗？
is
为什么
likely
他还
to
可以
be
再轰
fatal.
我？
You should move the ship away from the front lines, where it can wait for the end of the operation and much needed repairs.
行动结束后修复啊！我就是不会修复啊！我查那个，就是我查手册就没看到任何可以修复的啊！我不知道去哪边修复啊！也可以维修。但这只有地面啊，海上的我不知道怎么修啊。对啊，海上的不知道怎么修啊，我就是不知道怎么修啊，我也想修啊。
They won't escape.
我也想修啊。
On the lookout.
我也想修啊，怎么修啊？
Should
教
we
我
not get
怎
paid
么修
better? Didn't expect that, bastards!
到底要怎么修？
Yay, you've noticed me. My mother will be proud.
这两个都是那个。
We had been pilots before we were born. It is the United States Air Force. Stupid bastards. Consider us already there. We had been pilots before we were born. Yahoo!
I was born a pilot. I cannot live without the skies. Yeah, we did it, boys. Let's not exceed our range. I fly the newest model in my sleep. I was born a pilot.
哎，不是啊，有军他妈站在那个，害我不能派空军去轰啊！
We're on a floating fortress.
1、2、3、4，把它轰死吧！
Finally, we get to use our guns. Bang, bang, bang. Fire!
有子弹可以轰这么多发。
Fire! It's raining hell.
Guarding the perimeter. Your trust is well placed. On the prowl. Firing as we go.
他没了哦，他没了。
We have an island on board, sir. There we go. Go suck a lemon! Fire!
We're on a floating fortress. You can expect our timely arrival. We have big guns, if you know what I mean. Fire! It's raining hell!
U.S. Marines are bested only by U.S. submarines. Didn't expect that, bastards?
We'll carry you through this battle. Our world is full of wonders. Carriers are one of them.
Providing air cover. Guarding bigger vessels.
With that much firepower, we can sink the whole country, I think.
We prefer to keep our distance.
Your trust is well placed. How may I be of assistance?
U.S. Marines are bested only by U.S. submarines.
Let's pray for good weather.
这不能轰了。
We're eager to fly.
也不能轰了。
If the infantry is the heart of the armed forces, the air force is their soul.
也不能轰了。
Guarding the perimeter.
From Admiral King to Admiral Nimitz.
From General MacArthur to Admiral Nimitz. I have information the Japanese are planning to attack Port Moresby by land.
啊，我的总胜利点数怎么没有满啊？对啊，我的总胜利点数为什么没有满？啊，他把这个占掉是不是？应该是啊。
Ready to launch our air force.
All these fancy new carriers will not replace good old 400mm naval guns.
把他们占掉吧。
Aye, aye, sir.
You can see us? Will there be enemy cargo ships?
Ready to launch our air force. We'll carry you through this battle.
Your trust is well placed. On the lookout.
With that much firepower, we can sink the whole country, I think.
还是说我不能回血的原因是因为这个地方不是我的吗？ 没有啊，这是我的啊。我不知道要怎么回血。
Providing air cover, seeking out the enemy, guarding the perimeter, conducting active search for enemy
我不知道
subs.
怎么回血。
Can I serve in another vessel? These guys are boring.
We're eager to fly. Our planes are the best.
We live to fly! We have trouble hearing your orders at this altitude.
Do you require an escort?
From General...
Reporting as ordered.
We're on a floating fortress. Did you check for the enemy submarines? 300 millimeters of armor is no joke.
The U.S. military is the best, unless... well, there is no unless. Can we get bigger rations? Yay, we got to raise a flag!
Your unit has been withdrawn from a supply zone. The delivery of supplies to the unit has been stopped. The supply zone is marked with a white box symbol in the upper corner of each hexagon while the unit is selected.
哦，我占了港口，为什么还会停止补给啊？
Providing air cover.
对啊，为什么占了港口还要停止补给？我是不是研究一下怎么补血好
that
了？
holds the Navy together.
研究一下怎么补血。
We will rock your world.
Orders? We will do what it takes.
We keep traditions of the Navy.
Your trust is well placed. On the lookout.
对啊，这样怎么补血啊？这怎么补血？怎么补血？它只有升级啊，这怎么补血？ 没有啊，它只有补油啊。对啊，怎么补血？船要怎么补血啊？我不太懂哎。
How may I be of assistance?
船要怎么补血啊？这个是不是？ 我点了以后就不能按了。我点这边的时候会有这个东西，可是我是现在随便点一个就没了。譬如说我现在就随便点一个，这就没有了。还是这是看哦，这是看这边的技能。
Reporting as ordered.
真的不懂，我是真他妈不懂。
All these fancy new carriers will not replace good old 400mm naval guns.
Our aircraft can now use this airfield.
为什么还是不够啊？ 犹豫惩罚是什么？按钮上的计数器为0时，每回合会减少10。我靠，想太久也不行哎。啊，我还是差50啊，就算扣30，应该还有个20啊。我没有损失惩罚，次要目标最多100。水上侦察机，我有击落啊。什么小啊？哎、哪里没击落啊？他是不是睁眼说瞎话、啊？
犹豫-30。
啊，我哪里没击落？我哪里没击落啊？我哪里没击落啊
Mr. President,
出来供啊
I have great news for you, sir.
Go ahead, Ernest.
Mr. President, we have prevented the Japanese from completing their plan to occupy Port Moresby, sir. The Japs will not show up there again. The Australian region is now safe.
Congratulations! Our first major battle with the Japanese, where we have been victorious. Our new Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet, Chester Nimitz, has proven that our trust in him was well placed.
话说我还是不懂怎么补血、我刚刚在试半天还是没办法补船没办法补血不是很难打吗？对吧？我连他妈船没办法补血，真的有够难打的接下来要干嘛？什么东西啊？到底要怎样？开始行动是不是
Gentlemen, I have just come from Washington to discuss with you how to repel the upcoming Japanese attack. Give me your thoughts.
Well, we have collectively deducted that the Japanese plan to attack the Midway Atoll, sir. We're actively preparing our defense.
Well, listen, if I were you, Admiral, I would not be too hasty in those plans. Our people in Washington are concerned with the possibility of a second attack on Pearl Harbor. I cannot allow the Japanese to disgrace us a second time.
Well, things are quite different this time. This time, we managed to get exceptionally precise information about the enemy plans. My intelligence officer will report. Commander.
Please, have a look at our latest radio intercepts of the Japanese fleet's communications, sir.
Oh my. If you've not seen this intel in your dreams, Leighton, then I'll wager that you know more about the movements of the Japanese fleet than Admiral Yamamoto himself. You're one lucky devil, Nimitz. That is for sure.
Well, sir, luck comes to only those who are ready to accept it. One has to know how not to miss it. My headquarters has already devised our response to the Japanese, sir. We're ready to implement it.
Well then, I would say get on with it, Admiral. From Admiral King to Admiral Nimitz. We have just received the latest intelligence reports on the Imperial Japanese fleet. The first air fleet under the command of Admiral Nagumo, the first fleet with battleships under the command in the upcoming battle. The first one is to hold the Midway and Eastern. The second one is to counter-attack the Japanese fleet approaching Midway. We received a message from the Aleutian Islands regarding the Japanese invasion. Islands Attu and Kiska have already been taken. We expect the enemy forces to attack our naval base in Dutch Harbour on Unalaska Island and destroy the Japanese troops on islands Kiska and Attu. Remember, Midway is the last bulwark guarding Hawaii. The US Navy cannot allow enemy forces...
Sir, the Japanese fleet was detected southwest of Kure Atoll.
I assume it confirms the radio
It's unclear, sir.
Conduct reconnaissance if necessary. And
西南方是不是？进行空中侦察，定位陆军，定位敌军。
经典战役。
经典战役吗？
中途岛海战。
300 millimeters of armor is no joke.
我问你啊，你知道怎么补海军吗？我海军他妈打到后面都没有血啦。他这个是不是可以额外再获新的啊？还是升级？可以升级耶！这台什么战列舰是不是？不能升级啊，等级不够是不是啊？可以升级单位跟升级技能怎么个升级法？等，我记录试试看哈，先记录看看。
We're on a floating fortress.
没有啊，没有啊，哪里？不给升啊，不给升他不给升啊，对，他不给升啊。
Fancy new carriers will not replace good old 400mm naval guns.
它只能升在这里耶。
Escort ships are the glue that holds the Navy together.
怎么只有这么少部队啊？我是他妈另外升啊！这么少部队守得住吗？这么少部队守得住吗？你看后得一台要练3100耶，我只能再获得一台而已。要再获得一个战列舰嘛，还是驱逐舰啊？ 一台870耶，所以如果我是用这个的话，我可以升级啊，我可以升4台8432，还是先不要升，看好先不要升，然后能够得名。
Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum. Full steam ahead, Captain.
Better be kept away from the enemy.
Reporting as ordered. Searching for enemy subs. On the prowl.
And send for the enemy. Submariners are the elite of the Navy. Yes, it is us.
Guarding the perimeter.
Better to die than to live and not fly. Enemies are high. We are higher. We are high in the sky. Yahoo!
I cannot live without the skies. Let's not exceed our range. We're eager to fly.
为什么问？
I was born a pilot.
战术轰炸机不能降落那个啦，靠腰哦。战术轰炸机不能去航母休息啊。
Our world is full of wonders. Carriers are one of them.
All these fancy new carriers will not replace good old 400mm naval guns.
Your trust is well
它会
placed.
突然换那个放大视野。
Providing escort service.
U.S. Marines are bested only by U.S. submarines. Yay! You've noticed me. My mother will be proud.
哪个是机场啊？
Infantry is good for assaulting the enemy positions after the artillery and air bombardment. It is also the best unit for storming cities, mountains, forests, and well-entrenched positions. A well-entrenched infantry is a tough target for the enemy assault.
We are high in the sky.
这好像可以去那个嘛，可以去航空母舰那里吧。
Yahoo!
I fly the newest model in my sleep.
We had been pilots before we were born. We have trouble hearing your orders at this altitude.
Carriers are the main instrument of modern warfare.
Searching for enemy subs.
In full flight.
Wicked traditions of the Navy. Finally, some action.
We prefer to keep our distance.
Your trust is well placed. Providing escort service. Are we on a scouting mission? Providing escort service. Evasive maneuvering is in order. Guarding bigger vessels.
这很难守哎。
Wouldn't that get better?
有看到那个嘞。
We see them, they don't see us. Maybe like it. You can see us? Maybe we can sneak up on them? Or is it swim up? U.S. Marines are bested only by U.S. submarines.
为什么空中的可以监测到潜舰啊？这游戏是怪怪的。为什么空中你可以看到潜舰？
Unit has run out of ammunition. Move it within the supply zone to resupply it. Supply zone is marked with a white box symbol in the upper corner of each hexagon while the unit is selected.
Sir, a large group of Japanese battleships are closing in on us from the northwest.
Thanks for the warning, Layton. Fletcher, get ready to deal with a battleship attack.
I advise you to make sure
太
our
扯了
carriers
吧
are safe.
哎，他
Sir,
空军也太多了
I
吧
assume that additional reconnaissance southwest of Cure 8.
刚刚这样没有侦查到，我又少一个目标了，我真的重来一下，厕所。
这长岛的飞机防空炮很少吗？
我已经第一时间冲过去，都还来不及。
台主有开台吗？
什么台主有开台吗？你在说，你知道为什么？你这个问题怪怪的、啊。
晚上。
哦，晚上哦。晚上应该会开吧
I'm claustrophobic, you know.
Our lives are in the skies. Speed is of the essence.
这样算有侦查到吗？对啊，这样算有侦查到吗？我很好奇耶。哎，不对，他侦查这里耶。啊，我要怎么升兵升这里呀、啊？我已经第一时间走过去啦、啊。还是说这边要歼灭？他是说这边要歼灭是不是
？There is a hero in this unit. Heroes are distinguished historical personalities that give special skills to
对面有
the units
英雄
they're assigned to.
你老师哎，
Units
不是
with
啊，
heroes
对面
can
有
level
英
up
雄
to the
啊
10th level instead of the 5th. The enemy can also have units with heroes. These units should be dealt with quickly as they usually pose the biggest.
我觉得王神兵有问题。我觉得神兵有问题。
Gentlemen，
怎么可能啊？他要我侦查的地方怪怪的、啊。他要我侦查的地方，你看他要我侦查这里啊。可是我没有任何一个。
On the ground, everything's so hectic.
没有任何一个那个飞机来得及去啊。
I fly the newest model in my sleep.
对啊，我航空母舰只能在这里升啊。啊，我刚刚飞机已经第一时间冲过去啊。我还在想说是我分的不好，不对啊，他那个点。那个地方至少要花第2回合或第3回合才能侦查，可是他叫你去侦查，然后第2回合那个目标就失败了，啊，怎么可能达成啊？他任务是不是设计怪怪的、啊？对啊，要怎么第一时间飞到那边啊？好奇怪哦，我不懂啊。
Our lives are in the skies.
From Admiral and
it's
不是这里啊，这里吗？对啊，还是这边要全部歼灭？怎么可能啊？我的空军，我的海军也走不到啊！我都已经第一时间赶过来了。
An anti-aircraft unit is a powerful and versatile weapon. Its main purpose is to protect your forces from enemy aircraft by overwatch, fire support, and direct attack of the enemy. However, it can also effectively combat ground units. Large caliber anti-aircraft artillery is a good weapon for destroying enemy tanks.
Do we have to walk?
Naval transport carries ground units. For units with heavier equipment or ground transports, embarkation and disembarkation into transport ships is only possible in seaports. Infantry can land in clear or shallow terrain. Naval transports are extremely vulnerable to all types of attacks. Try to escort them with warships and protect them from enemy shelling.
Carriers are the main instrument of modern warfare.
Godspeed! These guys just cannot burn their place. It's on the ground.
哎，它这个俯冲轰炸机为什么可以打空中啊？什么玩意啊？为什么它可以打空中
？Carriers are one of them. We
冲轰炸机
prefer
不
to
是
keep
专门
our
空对
distance.
地的吗？为什么它可以空对空？
Consider us already there. We will teach them manners posthumously.
Our world is full of wonders. Carriers are one of them.
Our planes are the best.
啊，为什么我的俯冲轰炸机就不能
If
打
the
空
infantry
中
is
啊？
the
它的
heart of
可
the
以。
armed forces, the air forces is soul.
哎，不要作弊啊！
Ready to launch our
电
air
脑都作
force.
弊哎！
I fly the
啊，为什
newest
么它可以
model
我
in
就
the
不行
slate.
啊？
Is there anything better than serving on a US battleship? I don't think so.
Guarding the perimeter. Well, at least we have an insignia.
不能弹啊，不能按啊。我还有一个方法啦，叫空中指挥啊。是啊，叫空中指挥就可以了。这里是不是？是啊，只能空中指挥啦，不然怎么可能知道啊？他这个目标除了这样还能怎样？哎，我成功了
Sir, we have spotted the enemy landing force ships.
对啊，只能靠这个啊，不然怎么办？我想来想去只剩这个了，只剩这个。这好扯哦。
总统说给你海军司令指挥了。
海军司令指挥哪里呀？我只有空中侦察而已啊，浪费我的声望哎，不浪费我的指挥点数哎。
Some crazy fuckheads can't fly in our skies. One does not just simply fly at us and bomb.
Guarding the perimeter.
爆男的，要是他好，而且他这都作弊啊！干啊，为什么他的空对地可以空对空啊？我的空对地只能空对地，有够无耻的啊！啊，他要回去补血啦，要回去补血啦。
This unit has run out of ammunition. Move it within the supply zone to resupply it. Supply zone is marked with a white box symbol in the upper corner of each hexagon while the unit is selected.
Sir, a large group of...
Thanks for the work.
还说另一批西要从西北来了，听娘嘞！怎么玩啊？哇，救命哦！快疯啦！这什么游戏啊？怪怪的啊！我觉得这游戏怪怪的啊。
Providing escort service. They won't escape. They won't escape. Fire all guns. Providing escort service. Providing escort service.
不能走过去吗？
Are we on a scouting mission? Take them out.
哎，我怎么弄到攻击啊？我要往前靠腰，我要往前走，他妈按到
U.S.
攻击
Marines
啊
are bested only by U.S. submarines.
We have trouble hearing your orders at this altitude. Enemies are high. You're higher. There's no backing out now.
不能往后撤哎，只能往前。可往前会往前，别人就走不过去啦。要不要把他们轰爆啊？我有空轰爆啊！是不是打到他们不能攻击比较好啊？可是不轰爆他是不是回来打？我看我还是轰爆吧。轰爆吧。
We will teach them manners posthumously.
The skies are calling.
啊，为什么不能攻击
You can see the world's harmony in the skies.
哦，这是俯冲轰炸机，看我忘记了，我有一台俯冲轰炸机啊。
U.S. Marines are bested only by U.S. submarines.
In full flight. Hey, where are escort ships?
哎，干他怎么没死啊？还跑掉哎
！Fire! They went to their glory.
哎，主炮也可以当防空炮，这么爽啊！
Your trust is well placed. Providing air cover. Your trust is well placed. Seeking out the enemy. Do you require an escort?
Is there anything better than serving on a US battleship? I don't think so. All these fancy nuke carriers will not replace good old 400mm naval guns.
Are we on a scouting mission?
Going the extra mile to carry out your orders, sir. In full flight. We'll put them to flight, sir. We're on the warpath. Our world is full of wonders. Carriers are one of them. Fire! Hey! Where are escort ships?
With that much firepower, we can sink the whole country, I think. When you see a battleship, the best thing you can do is run. Bang! Bang! Bang!
Can I serve in another vessel? These guys are growing.
You don't need islands when you have carriers.
Submariners are the elite of the Navy. Yes, it is us. It is so boring in here. Can we attack?
Hey, the skies are ours.
有一个零的，把它先把它轰掉吧。
Take it. Take it! Take it, bitch! Was this the target we were supposed to kill? Who cares? We had been pilots before we were born!
This unit has heavy equipment. Units with heavy equipment cannot move if they do not have ground
我放空炮嘞。
Additionally, they cannot board air transport and can only disembark from naval transport at a seaport.
我不是有个防空炮吗？
We will do what it takes.
我防空炮不见了。
Better to die than to live and not fly. We had been pilots before we were born.
We'll hope for the best. We'll hope for the best. I was born a pilot. Let's pray for good weather.
不行。那我还有什么东西可以打？
Is there anything better than serving on a US battleship? I don't think so.
没有啦，我没
We're
东
on
西可以
a
打。
floating fortress.
这台。
That ship is about to disappear. Fire! It's raining hell. Fire! It's raining hell. One volley of our shelling worth more than my house. Bang! 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 One volley of our shelling worth more than my house. Let's see who has the bigger caliber. One volley of our shelling worth more than my house.
Carriers are the main instrument of modern warfare. We better be kept away from the enemy. We prefer to keep our distance. We aim for the sky.
Guarding the perimeter. Firing as we go. They won't escape. We are the fastest ship. Found ya. Searching for enemy subs, providing escort service.
We'll carry you through this battle.
Guarding bigger vessels.
我还有什么东西可以轰打？
Take them out. On the prowl. Take them out. Fire all guns.
没了吧？没了吧？其他的动过了
We
吧？
prefer to keep our distance.
这是潜舰啊！潜舰，我在想要不要去支援那边哎。啊，不管了，先这样吧。这条要绕跑，这条要偷打我哎！哎，我觉得很坑哎，他那个飞船不能修，我这打怎么打？他打车轮战就赢了啊！对啊，这个船为什么不能修啊？而且他们军队霹雳无敌多哎！ 很扯哎、欸。他军队多到我不知道怎么形容啦。我要被占领了！我他妈的要被占领啦！我已经爆一台了、欸。太难了吧？不是啊，这太难了啦！这怎么玩啊？已经被爆一台啦！这怎么玩？对啊，这怎么玩？游戏太难了吧！我这边已经要失手啦。哎，我很好奇耶。
You have selected an entrenched unit. When a ground unit finishes its turn while still being able to move, it gains 1 level of entrenchment. The unit can have up to 6 levels of entrenchment. Each level of entrenchment increases all defenses by 1. The unit loses.
不然我跟你讲，我本来是想去怎样，我先去把这边打掉，这样他们就没有补给啊。理论上应该是这样，因为他们只有那边有基地啊。可是好像就算拿掉也没什么用啊。你现在拿掉啊，可是他没补给，他至少还可以打一轮。他全部的军队全部打完一轮，我也守不住啊。怪怪的，怪怪的。对吧？一开始军队我已经最靠南边啊，然后还是来不及去支援啊，因为右下他这一轮就要被打掉了。还是守这里，等刚刚那个军队往右走，守这里会不会好一点点啊？空军比较麻烦呐、啊，我最麻烦是我不知道怎么补血啊，我可能要重玩，我查一下好了，我要休息啊，晚上再开吧。看这太扯了吧，这怎么难？晚安啊，拜拜。88